Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the final game of the Future of Go Summit in Wuzhen between Koje and AlphaGo. This is the pre-match commentary. I'm joined with Hajin Lee, former professional player, Michael Redmond, 9-dan professional player from the Nihon Kiin, and Stephanie Yin, 1-dan professional player from the China Chiwan. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Great to be here this morning. We were hoping that perhaps we could start this broadcast by discussing the previous games that we saw earlier this week. Game 1 and Game 2 of Koje's 3-game match. We have the position, I believe, from board 1 up here, and it seems to be at a point where are we at?
Well, this is, there's actually a lot of interesting stuff that happened up to this point too, but just to fit it into the pre-game commentary, I want to focus on, for my, the move that I want to talk about is this move. Because it comes after this trade in the upper left, but it looks very strange. This extension, that's a 2-space extension, so that's okay in itself. But usually in pro games, when you have a big shimari, a big quarter enclosure like this, usually white plays a bit closer to it, and it reinforces the corner, because that is a loose corner that black can do all sorts of stuff inside. So playing this extension here, it looked really, really strange, and I was wondering if maybe AlphaGo was having a bad day or something. And then black came in here, and then white played here, and then like everyone suddenly realized what was going on, because this move actually sets this peep up. Without this extension, like you usually would expect it to be like this, but this would be definitely an overextension. But if it was this far away, it would be much more difficult to make this move work. While this was just the perfect distance. And so the moment we saw this move, I think I was actually in the Chinese study room when this happened. Everyone suddenly understood why white had played here. And so it was an eye-opening move, this peep here. And black answered this way. And after this, as they studied the game, people began to realize this is actually looking good for white. And so, and before that, people were sort of thinking that maybe it was good for black. So it was a game-changing move, and so we might have to look into this to find maybe where black went wrong, but it wasn't really obvious. And so I really found this neat moves. And then after that, white cut here, which was not forcing, but again, it was a very effective move, and it created all sorts of forcing moves next for white, like white, anything in this area is forcing for white, and there's some forcing moves in the center of the board too.
I see. Interesting. That cutting point looks very interesting. Hajin, would you like to talk about more about it?
Yes, actually when we were commentating at this situation, I assumed this cut was sente because AlphaGo played. So I was thinking maybe black would be answering. But when black didn't answer, I was wondering what was going on. But turned out this move, even though it was not sente, it was worth more than one move because of all the forcing moves on the outside, and plus later this hane gave white good potential on the center area as well. So later on, Korean professional players were saying that they were most impressed by this cut move.
Interesting.
And that's really interesting, because the first reaction is what's gone wrong with AlphaGo. Because they didn't understand why white would play a cut when it's gote.
When it's so...
And so everyone was wondering what's happening here.
It loses the initiative.
And then after time, they realized that it was a good move.
Hajin, did you also want to talk a bit about the cut in the upper left-hand corner, or the sequence in the upper left as well, or the cut here?
Oh, you mean up there?
Over here?
Yeah.
Yes. So,
so it's like this.
Yes, at this point. Right. Usually the Go proverb says you cut the other side of the part that you want to be left with.
Cut the side you don't want. Is that right? Or
cut the other side of the thing that you want to get. Right.
That's so kind of a pair with the proverb that says you take the stone, the cutting stone.
Exactly.
That's right. So if you want to get these 3 stones, that means you should cut this side instead of that one. But actually in this situation, this move would have been a bit of overplay, because when black captures the white one stone, this would make the corner quite strong, right? So when white has to connect, black will be able to easily attack these 4 stones.
Oh, I see.
Yes. When the situation is like this, it's more difficult because then white gets all these areas in center, for example, like this. When black has to respond the corner, white can easily jump out.
Oh,
so that's the difference.
It's made its way out into the top side.
Right,
see.
yes. So this cut was kind of the only option that
Right.
white had.
All right. Well, that's great. I don't know if we have time to get to the second game before the
Okay.
the end.
Well,
of
we
the
could talk a little
program.
bit more about this corner here.
Oh, that would be
because
great.
this was an area where Kwache was, you could say he was imitating something that AlphaGo did before.
Right.
And also, Kwache is one of the most successful players in doing that because he seems to have his own theory about why this invasion to the 3-3 point is working for AlphaGo. And AlphaGo played it in a few games in the 60-game series that we are calling the Master Series,
Right.
in which there's this star point with no extensions either to the left or the right. Like on either side, there's no extension. And pros would naturally just play an approach move like this or like this.
Certainly.
And Kwache is diving into the 3-3 point. And this is something that AlphaGo also did in the 60-game series.
Right.
And actually, I think AlphaGo has done it in maybe in this series too. And so it's a very effective move. And traditionally, I wonder if I have enough time to do this. Well, traditionally, white would be playing this kind of thick joseki, but it would end in gote for white, and black would have the opportunity to play something on the lower side.
Certainly.
And so we can see that white's responses are also changing, and that white played a completely different variation to actually get what might become a new joseki or
Sure.
corner sequence. So it's very interesting to see that how Go is changing, the way professionals think about Go is changing
We're
because
seeing
of AlphaGo.
we're seeing sort of
Yes.
the accepted patterns change already.
Yes.
Just as a result of AlphaGo's appearance just
Right,
in the last 6
exactly.
months. That's very exciting. We'll have to see what today's game brings. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
See you soon.
I would like to invite the two players to enter the room. I would like to request the players to turn off your mobile phones. All the people on site, please switch your mobile phones to the silent mode. This match is conducted according to the Chinese Go rules. Each player has 3 hours. The black player will give 7.5 points. And the 60 seconds countdown for 5 times, lost by time. Kejie versus AlphaGo. The third match begins now.
I believe that was the legendary Ni Weiping announcing the rules here for the final match. Welcome, everyone. This is Game 3 of the Future of Go Summit between Kejie, Chinese champion and arguably world champion, with several international titles, versus DeepMind's AlphaGo. Yes. Before we get started here, I would like to say a special thanks to the China Qihang and xie to the Zhejiang Tiyuju, Google DeepMind, of course, and also Tongxiang government for hosting us this week in this beautiful town of Wujian. With that out of the way, I'm Andrew Jackson with the American Go Association, and joining me is Michael Redden, 9Dan professional from the Nihon Kiin.
Yes.
Thanks, Michael.
Thank you.
All right. Well, as we wait for AlphaGo's requisite thinking time for its
AlphaGo
first
is
move.
thinking long this time, like it's already used its 1 minute.
It does seem to be longer than usual.
Maybe a longer time control.
Perhaps it's going to use more of its time.
When that happened the first game against Lee et al., I was worried that there was some failure.
Some mishap.
Yeah, and here we have this move again. Okay, the start point.
So a star point. I think it's the first one we've seen as an opening move. I think we've seen 3-4 points.
Well, there was 3-4 point in the first game, and I think in the second game too. Yes.
Was a 3-4 point,
Yeah.
and so this makes the first star point.
There's been so much stuff happening that I'm not completely sure about that, but yes, maybe.
I feel somewhat confident saying. Yes. And you can see Kejie there having a sip of presumably his morning tea. He has a whole tray of food in front of him, but I understand that Dr. Huang only has a cup of tea, and
he's not going to drink it either.
Exactly, that cup may remain untouched the whole match.
Yes.
Okay, so maybe just for a sort of recap, the first game we saw Kejie taking the black stones, and trying a very territorial-minded game, similar to what we saw Lee et al. In Game 4 and Game 5, trying to draw AlphaGo into an all-or-nothing, kill the weak group to win, and it didn't work out too well.
Yes, it was a very interesting game, and he started out, he played a 3-3 point.
Right.
And he took a lot of territory, but it didn't really work, no. And then in the second game, he had white, and he played a quite different style, like he was playing to make a fight. And so you can see it's clear that he had a game plan, that he wanted to make it as complicated as possible.
I think Go fans everywhere kind of rejoice to see Game 2 as that sort of incredibly fluid position with all of the different unsettled shapes interacting with each other.
Well, it could be one of the most complicated games in history, because I was counting the number of groups that could possibly die in that game, and it was something like 8 or 9 groups at one point. Yeah.
This is rather polite, taking the far corner. I think it's a nice play. He used a lot of thinking time in that, a full 2 minutes of deliberation.
Well, I think the main reason that Kejie might have paused here was that he was probably not expecting the star point. I think he might have been expecting a 3-4 point.
Right.
And so he hesitated a bit. Yes.
So sort of regrouping and recalling his maybe some of his other game plans.
Well, just because, like, if he was playing some random human throw, he would have various openings that he liked to play.
At the top of his mind,
right?
Maybe, ready.
But then with AlphaGo, I think he's in the first game and the second game, he's already been using very special tactics designed to be playing against AlphaGo.
Right.
And so if he wasn't really expecting a start point, then he has to rethink that a little bit.
Right, sort of taking a moment then to reconsider. And of course, the plan that's at the top of AlphaGo's mind is going to be difficult to say if it has a top.
Right.
Right, where the top of its mind might be. I think this also puts to bed one of the other theories that we had seen floated before the match, which was if he would consider playing Mirror Go.
Right.
Right. And we have to imagine that, I believe that was tried in one of the 60 Master Series games.
That was tried when the human player had black, and the human player played the center point, and then played Mirror Go.
Right.
That is copying the opponent's moves. Which is actually not a very good idea when there's a 7.5 point.
I think
it might have been a 6.5 point komi. In any case, when there's a komi, if black plays the center point and copies white's moves, the komi is not going to be big enough for black to win.
Right.
And so it's really hard to explain why that. He was a world-class player also, so it's hard to explain why he chose to play that way. Because when some players actually tried playing the center point and Mirror Go with no komi games. There are some games that were no komi games where people tried that. They decided eventually that maybe the tengen was going to be worth about 2 or 3 points. And so that with no komi, black might have an advantage, although it turns into a very boring game.
Right.
But the fact that black does have a tengen, a stone in the center of the board, means that when one of the strategies to combat against Mirror Go when white is copying black is to set up a ladder situation.
Right, where
in
that
which case
center
the ladders,
stone.
they hit each other in the middle of the board,
Right.
and black will win in that case. But when black has played a center point and black is copying white, then the center point is very important for all of the ladders. And there's no way that white can use a ladder to
set up
refute
an
that.
alternate one, right?
And so when there's no komi, it's very difficult for white to handle Mirror Go.
Right. And I'm kind of relieved actually to see it didn't happen. It's a sense that it's sort of almost like a parlor trick. And
Yes.
I don't think we would.
Well, when there is komi and white is copying black, there's a number of ways to refute it that human pros know from experience. But there was the question, would the value net or the
Policy
net
right?
in itself have an answer to that? And I think most people agreed that DeepMind would have thought of that.
Sure.
And they found some result.
I think it was only a very low probability assigned
Yes,
to
yes.
Koje choosing this strategy. I don't think very many people seriously considered he would do it. But we can already say that he isn't.
It's not going to happen now.
It's
definitely not,
that ship has sailed.
Yes.
Right. So far so normal, I believe.
Yes. Well, with this approach move here that black played, the more common opening would be to play an approach move on the upper side here. And this is actually an opening that was made famous by Kobayashi Koichi, one of the top. He was the strongest player in the world for a while, a few decades ago. I don't really have exact numbers, but yes. And so this was after he also liked to play this without the kakari. He liked to play this corner enclosure, and he played a very tight game. But then sometimes he would play this opening, and it was called the Kobayashi opening because he had, at that time, people would be playing this, and then he would play this pincer, and he had all these ideas about
Developing the top.
and he had fully studied it. Of course, that changed after AlphaGo's 60 games because AlphaGo had some new josekis that might actually even change how people play this very popular opening. It's one of the most popular openings in Go.
Right.
Maybe not as popular as the Chinese opening.
Did this ever get adjusted to here? I think later.
Well, when I play it.
When you played it.
This is. I'm calling this a bit more greedy.
I see.
And so it really suits my style because when you're greedy, your opponent tries to punish it by coming in, and it becomes very complicated in the beginning of the game. And so I sort of like that.
Sounds like great fun.
That's my kind of game.
Now you mentioned the Chinese opening.
The Chinese opening is this one, and it's actually an opening that AlphaGo used to like a lot. Oh.
And it looks like we're
yes.
seeing sort of a variation off of it as well.
Okay. So locally, Okay, we could start with this move. Locally, this kind of thing is something that a human player would think of and is being played a lot in human games.
Sure. One of the first ones we
looking at
learned.
AlphaGo's games, there are 0 games in which AlphaGo has played it. So it's a move that AlphaGo just doesn't like. So AlphaGo either plays away, like AlphaGo did in this case, or AlphaGo sometimes plays something actually this is the rare case.
Right.
But this is also a move that a human player would just think off very easily.
Right.
And then, as we saw, I think this was in game 2 of this series, AlphaGo sometimes plays the attachment, which human players usually thought of as a kind of a sabaki move, in which black was maybe being attacked first, and then had to make a living shape quickly, and then black would be doing this. But AlphaGo just plays it with no special reason on this side. It likes that move better than sliding in itself,
Right.
which is also something that we have to think about and try to understand.
You mentioned also that AlphaGo has never
played
we've
that.
never seen
Yes.
that. That fact that it was never seen is one of those sorts of things that's harder for us to, because we have to have a larger number of its games. I think we never saw it in the Lee Sedol matches, but when there are 60 games in the Master Series and there are things that you don't see.
And there are plenty of games where it played this approach move.
Right.
And so that's something that we have to pay attention to, I think.
Right. It's
And I think
harder
it's a
to
signal.
hear. It's harder to hear the dog that doesn't bark, right? Finding the moves that it's not playing is a tougher thing, I think, for us to be able to see. So it was good that there were the 60 game series because it was easier for us to mine for some of those
and
patterns.
even 60 games is not enough to have a full understanding. Well, since AlphaGo has played so many games, it's,
Right.
There's a larger number.
Millions.
But even like in a human
Millions and
player,
millions.
a human player probably has to play hundreds of games before they have a big impact, even a great human player.
Right. Right. Like Kobayashi's opening, perhaps.
Oh, yes,
He
yeah,
played
well,
that hundreds of times.
Probably. And so now AlphaGo plays this move. This move is worthy of note because this is what we call the low Chinese opening. And this is what we call the high Chinese opening, which is sort of gone out of
Out of vogue.
yeah, it's a valid move, and it's a bit weaker in territory, but stronger towards the center compared to this move. This move is very versatile in that it can build into a moyo, territorial framework, but it also can be used to switch to territory very quickly.
Right.
And so this is a move that AlphaGo seemed to like a lot in the version where it was playing against Lee Sedol. So that was about a year, even earlier, about a year or so ago, I guess. Of the games we've seen, AlphaGo has played a lot of games with black using this Chinese opening.
Right.
This is what, and we have another opening that we call the small or miniature Chinese opening. The mini Chinese opening. So we have trouble when it gets smaller like this. We didn't really know what to call this one.
Right.
But it's the new variation of the Chinese opening. And so white plays, seems to have, compared to this one, white has some extra space to move in on this side. So it makes sense for white to come in here.
More natural to approach.
Yes,
in
and
the
so
lower
black
right.
plays here. We can see that black is trying to take the base away from this white stone, just because there are some extra black stones in the area. This also is standard. This is the same thing as actually as a human player would play. So it's not, AlphaGo has not shown any special moves yet, but
Right.
maybe they're coming fairly soon. And now it's white. Oh, white played the high. Yes.
Oh.
So at this point, this is an opening that, although the one approach move here is slightly unusual, if we're just looking at the right side, it's something that we have seen before.
I see. Is there any special commentary for the high versus low of this move, and similarly versus making a full extension?
Well, the
as
full
we might have been taught?
extension seems to be natural because you do say when you have a wall of 2, you can extend to 3. But in this case, black will immediately jump in here.
Oh.
And white probably plays from above, but then black can just play down here. Black has the connection to the corner and the connection to the side. And white still has a weak shape.
Right.
And when black does get a connection to the corner like this, this is reinforcing the corner territory very well also. So black is taking profit while attacking. and it's not so good for white. So usually white will play a smaller extension, which is slightly over-concentrated, but since it's an area where black has possibility to take the offensive, it's more wise than this one. People, when this first was played, even professional players were playing here, but then they were getting into a lot of trouble when black.
With that happening immediately, right?
So this gradually changed. Some people started playing here. In this game, we're seeing the high extension, and this also was played by a lot of players. I have the feeling that it might have been Takemiya who played it first, because he is a player who doesn't really go for the territory, so he doesn't mind leaving this open.
He enjoys the very center-oriented
Most players
strategy.
would be thinking, trying to make a base, so this would be the normal way. Takemiya sort of just go ahead and take it.
Well,
and
that's exactly what has happened here.
Okay, well, sort of, yeah.
Yeah.
And the reason this way, it's really difficult for white, although white does have one eye at least here. Making the second eye can be a bit painful. Like white will have to play moves like this to, and these reinforce the corner.
Right, they help black reinforce.
And moves like this are just very low and reinforcing black in this area too.
Right.
And so playing high here, white still has the potential. This would make a much better territory, more balanced. Like again, it's from the third line and expanding up to the fourth line, which makes it a nicer territory than anything that white can do with this one.
Right.
And so that's the meaning of this move, black stopping white from doing that. And if white does cover here, I would expect that Alpha is going to push here and maybe play the knight's move next. And we can see that white is sort of a very narrow territory here. And again, if black gets this move here, then it's not going to be alive.
I see.
And this is a really important move as far as the corner is concerned, because without this move, there's this invasion here, which can just take away the whole corner territory.
Certainly.
Yeah, so this is not black's territory yet, but if black can attack these white stones and make this a forcing move, then the corner will become black's territory. So there's having this move as a kind of a forcing move, or at least a threatening move against these white stones, is very important for black. So this was actually probably a bad variation for Kwache. So I'm thinking maybe he's trying to find a move that is not this one. If black pushes, otherwise I showed this move, it might be better to jump, might be faster. So these are variations that are certainly going through Kwache's mind. I saw him holding his head.
Yeah.
I think that's just one way he has to concentrate.
Focus.
Yeah. But so this is definitely something that he's thinking of.
Well,
but of course it's
you mentioned he's trying to find a move other than that one.
Right, because this is just what he knows that this is what you might say black is planning. It's what AlphaGo wants him to do.
Right.
If you allow me to
impute that to
to give an emotion to AlphaGo. And so he wants to find a way to do something that, like if white can find a way to move around on the top and avoid having to make this into territory, then naturally, if this isn't white's territory to start with, then this is not going to be a forcing move.
It's not irrelevant. It's making that move less efficient for black.
And looking for potential for white to take the offensive here, like it would be easier if we just pretended black didn't play the stone and give white another move here.
Right.
Because black does have this high extension here in the corner, and the corner territory is not yet established as a black territory, when white comes on both sides of black like this, an approach move again against the corner, it becomes very difficult for black to surround the corner territory. And actually, this is something that is an issue in many handicap games.
Right.
Particularly when a professional is teaching an amateur player, the professional will get an opportunity to play on both sides of this. And because in a handicap game, black usually has an advantage to start with, black will be playing this kind of move to try to attack. And then when white plays here, black suddenly finds that the corner territory is hard to secure.
I'm very familiar with
even when black does stuff like that, black still has to worry about this invasion here.
Yes.
And so, so one of the rules of thumb is that black either wants to put a lot of pressure on this group, or otherwise wants to get to play in this direction fairly soon. So when black plays high here, it's always a good idea to be thinking of playing this kind of either on the fourth line or the third line, some kind of extension to the side here,
To prevent
which will
white from-
prevent the weakness there and also make this a very. Now this move is more efficient than this move, in that you have a nicely shaped territory here, and so it's bigger and has more potential to spread out into the center. So that's the position here locally, and that there is a weak point here that white would like to aim at. But when white is spending a lot of moves to make this into a territory, then there's more possibility that black can eventually force white to answer this kind of move,
Right.
which would change the value of this move.
Build it into
And
territory.
so that's what the players are thinking of
All right.
now.
You mentioned that this kick
okay.
move might be an attack. Is it? Do we assume then that perhaps?
Well, so Kete did play away. Now, when black plays this approach move, and as I was saying, most humans would be thinking of playing here. The reason being that this would settle the black group. Like if black plays like this, it would be alive.
Right.
Or if white plays something on this side, then black could come into the corner to make a living shape.
Right.
And so it's making miai, or interchangeable points of those two directions. So that's why a human would play it. And my feeling that, my guess is that AlphaGo thinks it's just a bit slack and that it's giving white a lot of options at this point to play from this side or from the corner, and white can leave it and play elsewhere on the board. If white wants to build on the center, white can play from above like this. And so it gives white a lot of freedom to control the game at this moment.
Right.
That changes pretty quickly, but there's a moment here where white has a lot of options and can control the game.
Sure.
And so that's maybe why AlphaGo doesn't play that. But the reason that human players play it a lot is because white can attack like this. And so this move, first, it takes away black's option to slide into the corner and make some high space. And then when white plays this pincer here, these stones do not have a base.
Right.
And white played the pincer here.
That's slightly farther away.
Slightly farther. Just because white also wants to put pressure on these
It
stones.
wants to aim at the weaknesses you talked about to the right.
It's not there anymore.
Well, no, but
And he's going to go further.
right.
It's maybe here, and sometimes here directly, but like even if white plays here, it's going to be fairly difficult. This would be a nice way for white to settle this group on the lower side, because of course when white jumps in here, this stone is not settled either. So this is a move that white is sort of aiming at to settle this stone.
And I guess that explains black's next move as well.
So black extends here. Now this makes a huge difference in the corner. This is still not black's territory yet. Like locally, white can still jump in here. And if black does something like this, it does look like white can make a life here somehow. And that would be dangerous for black. So actually, the recommended move for black would probably be this one, which still allows white some potential here. But it would be much more limited, smaller life. Like it would be something, for instance, like if white played this way, this would be a ko to live. And if black played the Atari here, white would be playing a ko here.
Right.
But this is not only a ko, but also black still has a little sliver of territory here, which is going to be sufficient to make a living shape.
Which means that after the ko, black will be stable.
Well, black might not even play the ko yet.
Right.
And so at the present point, this is fairly stable. And that's because of this extension here.
I see.
So that's, not only is it stabilizing this black group, as I was just saying, and also taking the base away from this white group.
Right.
So white plays here. And again, this is related to everything I've been talking about just now, because this has a relation to the weak point in white's corner, which is the same point.
Oh, if black comes in at the 3-3.
And white goes down. Now, let's cheat a little bit and put a lot of black stones here. Okay. So in this case, black can slide. And white would usually cover here, in which case black pulls back. And like if we have a black stone in this area, it really works very well.
Because
now white
needs
has to cover it, and black has a living shape by playing in the corner, yes.
Right.
And so this is a very dangerous invasion from white's point of
The
view.
white stones are
You
floating.
did notice that I had to put 2 extra black stones down to make it really work.
Right.
But it's something that black will be looking at in the future. And so by playing this move, white is developing from this stone, but also white is planning to play this forcing move at some point later, which will completely erase that.
So now it is actually territory.
And locally, black has to answer this kind of thing. So when white does play this exchange, the whole corner becomes what we can call for the time being a white territory. Like, of course, when strong players play each other, even these territories, sometimes they disappear. But for the time being, I can call it a territory.
Right.
And also on the outside, white can still cover from this side and retain a kind of a base here. Like this area here is small, but it can be made into one eye.
Right.
Yeah. So obviously, white played 2 moves here, but this black group is a lot weaker than the 2 white groups on either side of it. And so black jumps out. This is also a very natural shape. Later on, black can play the shoulder hit there to develop into the left side of the board.
And this reinforces, I suppose, that this is a slightly longer
yes,
jump
like
than
for
usual?
instance, if white plays here, black will cover. And if that happens, white gets the peep here, and black will probably answer that. But in return for that, black does have a very solid connected shape. And
Right.
in this position, when black covers here, even if white plays the Hanetsugi on the second line, with these stones covering white's liberties and making these 2 white stones a bit vulnerable,
There may be
now
some-
there's still some stuff that could happen in
Right.
it. This is one of the cases where it's a bit dangerous.
We said a very similar shape, that this is like territory for white.
Yeah, yeah.
But we said, oh, but maybe with strong players it'll
Yeah,
change.
it'll
and-
change. This is one of the cases.
Right,
Yes.
exactly. I
Yes.
see. All right.
And so let's just get back to the actual position. So black has jumped out. It's Kwache's move, and he's thinking again. He does have 3 hours, so this
Right.
game is going to be more slow-paced than the paired goal game and the team goal game
Which
that
were
we
rather
had yesterday.
quick,
Yeah, they
yeah.
were very quick and they were exciting. But at this point, we can see that there's this weak group. And this weak group on the lower side. These are the 2 white groups that are weak.
Right.
With black playing here, this stone is fairly strong because it does have the potential connection to the upper right corner. But we can't call this territory yet. Like black really needs 1 more move before it starts to look like territory.
Right.
But with this move taking the initiative in this area, black stone here is relatively strong.
Reinforced.
Stronger than the white stones maybe. As I said, this is not completely territory,
I see.
but it is a living group.
Right.
This is a group that white would not be able to kill.
Right. Even if it
even
scoops
if
out
white
the
surrounded
territory,
there would be some black territory.
the group
in
itself
a living
wouldn't be
shape.
at risk.
So it's actually white who has the 2 weak groups, and white the corner sort of depends on playing this move at some point to get rid of the 3-3 point. And so, although this Hanetsugi is not on the board, the fact that white can play at any time, usually is a forcing move, is sort of, we can see that it's sort of a ghostly move that we see we see those stones
We
on
can
the board.
visualize them
We can
almost.
visualize
Now
them,
you
yeah.
say usually white can play it at any time. Is there some consideration that's
Well,
keeping
you know,
him-
as the fight develops and black switches to the left side of the board, okay. Black just jumped and white played this placement here, and then black moved to the left side of the board.
Right.
So actually, this sort of demonstrates what you were trying to get me to talk about, because as the game, white, first of all, the fact that black ignored this was a probe move.
Seems shocking.
And just to answer talk about the meaning of this move.
Right.
One of the direct threats that this move is making is to come underneath here.
Which
And like
solidifies
if
the
we
whole
do it
base.
in a easy to understand order, if white does this, it's obvious that white is connected underneath. So white's threatening to do that. If we have black play some move to stop that, now the 3-3 point becomes very effective.
At
because-
scooping out
yeah.
the base of the whole black group, I imagine.
Because now this move here, whereas I was talking about shapes sort of like this maybe,
Right.
well, or at least like this. But when white has a stone here, this isn't the most effective point, and it
Right.
gives white a living shape. And of course, black has almost a dead shape. So black
Right.
does not have a living shape, and white has a living shape. And so that makes all of the, everything that happens in the center of the board now is going to be an even fight or interchange or whatever.
Sure.
Actually, playing here would be a very, very bad move. And so locally, playing here would be a good move protecting the corner, but it would simplify things for white. And so black has a number of moves, like playing here would be one way to handle it, and just give up something in the corner and try to counterattack there. But of course, that would allow this group to become strong, while white takes profit on this side.
Certainly.
And so it's really interesting to see that move. Sometimes the best move is to play away. And
if you don't have a good local reply.
This looks like a really interesting move. Because black is not committing to one direction or the other. It means black still has potential to attack these stones or these stones.
Right.
Depending on the direction of play.
He's holding that tension without resolving it one way or the other.
And I've sort of come to it in a roundabout way. But this is how I can talk about how I was saying that in most cases this is forcing. Because when this white group becomes strong, like for instance, when white does this kind of thing, this white group is going to become very strong and a living shape.
Right.
Then, after white plays this exchange, there's really no point for black to connect there. Like it becomes just a territorial move.
The two strong groups will connect. They were already strong, so
if this is already strong, it's just territory.
Right.
And so this becomes no longer sente, and black can allow white to play these moves, which are locally a great profit for white. But in the meanwhile, black will be playing elsewhere.
Right.
So as the game progresses, there are many cases where this becomes not forcing.
Right. I see. I see.
Timing is very important. And of
Timing
course,
is
Kote
everything.
knows about that.
Right.
Yeah. So white has played the peep, and black will probably connect. And as I was saying, covering here on the left side is a very effective move towards the corner. So white will probably continue playing on the left side. Because sliding on the second line, for instance. Oh,
right.
There you go.
There it is, sliding on the second line. AlphaGo has played 13 moves here in about its first 10 minutes. It seems also, the first 5, it used almost a full minute per move, but it seems to have picked up the pace after the approach, after the kick and cover. I don't want to read too much into that, of course, but I think it is interesting that it's coming back to its requisite, 30 to 45 seconds per move.
Well, for human players, the first 2 moves or so, usually we don't use so much time on them because we just
have a plan.
We have a plan, and also it's a point in the game, like the whole opening is a point in the game where we don't really know what the best moves are anyway.
Right.
And so we just play where we like to because we just don't know. Whereas as the game progresses, we have more information, we have an idea of what the best moves might be, and so we have more hope that we might get a valid answer.
Right.
And so we tend to think more later in the game.
Right.
So it's interesting that AlphaGo was thinking a lot in the beginning.
Right.
Yeah.
Maybe
it was trying to find an answer,
Well, as we understand also, AlphaGo does assess that white at the beginning has a slight advantage.
Yes.
So perhaps AlphaGo with black, at the very beginning is like, oh gosh, I see a slight advantage for white everywhere I turn.
Yeah.
So this move, sorry,
yes,
go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, this move is still sitting here.
It's still sitting here.
Unanswered.
Yeah, it's really interesting, isn't it?
The timing to resolve it, are we expecting white maybe will go back to that now? Or is this cover, is this press
Well, pressing
urgent?
there and then pressing again on the third line would be a good shape for black.
Pressing again on the third line like this?
So that would be a good shape for that. So the question is, does white want to stop that?
By playing.
But playing away is by pushing through and cutting. Maybe that would start a local fight. But of course, playing away is also an option. In this corner, it looks like this could be a good move. And again, now I was doing this with this black move, which is it's a bad move. And I was playing a bad move on purpose, actually, just to illustrate the fact that this invasion is so effective.
Urgent.
But even without this bad move, this invasion to the 3-3 point is an effective move that white could be thinking of playing.
Could be thinking of starting that way directly.
It could happen now, yes. But of course, even if we assume this kind of thing, there's no way that black will be playing this kind of move after that. In fact, black might even change at this point, but yes.
I see.
It would be more natural for black to block here, and if white comes underneath to play something like this, after which covering here would be a big move. Or otherwise, if white takes that point, then playing something like this to capture this stone would also be a big
truly
move.
I said.
Yes.
Would it be unwise for white to hane on the lower side if black blocked in that way?
Well, you see, when white does that, this is giving black a slightly better result than before. Even if black does this, and then maybe does something like this, we can see that black's shape is looking a bit more
Robust.
more resilient, you might say, than before. There we go. Yes.
Indeed.
So we'll see if I was right. Yeah.
I guess
now
so.
it's happened. Yeah.
Do you think that there are other options in mind that black could take? The block,
Well, I just don't.
the
The
descent?
reason I don't like this move, you see, is because now black has to worry about the bad connection here, and usually black would play something like this to protect that, but then this stone and this stone have a very bad connection too,
Right.
and black really doesn't want to play moves like this, which are sort of like just standing still, not
Right.
doing very much, and the whole black group here is not very strong. And because white is alive, it means that white will have options to attack fairly strongly here. And this will change the flow of the game, and it will affect badly the black group on the left side of the board too.
Right.
So this is kind of a bad example. And so yes,
We did see
playing
that block.
here
Right.
and getting this kind of result avoids that bad shape to a certain degree. Like even if, I'm not sure of this move, but even if we assume this, then black has much better shape. However, black decides to continue here.
And continuing to isolate these two, leaving
Potentially,
white with
yes.
the two weak groups on either side.
And in regard to this group, still this is sometimes an effective play. In turn, that would have some effect on the corner group. Like
It's
now,
not alive
moves
yet.
like this would force white to put a stone in the corner. And so black still has a lot of potential to squeeze white a little bit in the corner here. And as doing that, this move is actually important in that it cuts these stones off.
Right.
And so this would cycle into a different offensive that black can do. Okay, so I wasn't sure of this move actually, and we're seeing that AlphaGo had a different move for us.
Different ideas.
Yeah. Now the idea here is, I think, is that white would usually like to extend here, but I
Right.
think then black is just going to wedge in here, and when white answers that, black can trade into the corner.
Oh.
And because of this exchange, this weakness here is not very important. Like white
Because-
cannot push through very effectively. When this kind of thing happens, although white could potentially gain something on the left here, it looks very seriously bad for the white stones on the right
It'll-
side of the board here.
Right.
And-
Squeezing black out
yeah,
in between.
yeah. And of course, originally black has gained a lot in the corner, which is, it's not only big in territory, it also gives black a living shape.
Right.
So this seems to be the plan. White can avoid that. For instance, this would be a good exchange for black. Like I was doing this first, but after playing this exchange, now it's more effective for black to play here. Just because already these stones are fairly isolated.
There's less of connection potential
And
underneath.
after black does this kind of thing, this gives black some eye shape in this area and good shape to move out into the center. And at the very least, this forcing move against the corner.
Is sent in.
And in
for sure.
some cases, the hane here, which makes a ko. And this would be a ko to kill this corner white group.
Right.
So black has a lot more potential if black can make this exchange.
Right.
And so, to go on one step further, since playing here allows black to capture the corner, and playing here allows black to play these forcing moves, maybe white's going to play here.
Right.
Now this is giving white better shape when white can now play the extension here, and still have a better shape and more eye shape in the corner, and giving black, when white plays here, black doesn't have such good shape on the outside.
I see. Is it
and then
still
maybe
alive
black,
though?
It's
If-
not alive. Well, black is not alive. White is alive.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
see.
And if black plays here, then we would have another trade.
To connect underneath.
And well, maybe not play this move, but if black does play here, it would be a completely alive shape.
Right.
And so black would be very strong now, and would be able to attack maybe on
These
this
two
side.
in a very strong way.
So this is something that could actually realistically happen.
I see.
And it seems to be part of the plan, maybe, with this black move here.
Mm. It's certainly an uncomplicated move, making the bamboo joint like that.
It's a very thick move because, as I was showing in many of the variations, this knight's move here is a weakness in black's shape that black had to fix somehow.
Right.
And in doing this, black has fixed that weakness.
Yes.
Yeah. And of course,
sure.
the fact that black ignored this move, at that point, at the point that white played it even, this territory was is not a complete territory. Like white had the connection underneath plus the threat of the 3-3 point. So whatever black does, there's going to be something happening inside this territory. And the fact that black played elsewhere after that, it means that black doesn't really have to, has not invested a lot in this area.
Right.
And so black doesn't have to expect to have a huge amount of territory here. So some kind of trade is acceptable. So that's the meaning of this move.
If you'll forgive me a sort of a soft question here, do you suppose that the fact that AlphaGo ignored what I think most amateur players would think is a severe invasion, do you think that is psychologically has any sort of an impact on Ke Jie? If having this just sort of be casually brushed aside has any sort of an impact in his game plan, or do you think that that is causing him to reevaluate the severity of the position?
That's a good question. I think this is a position locally where black doesn't really have a good way to refute this move. And so if black plays on the right side, white's going to play on the left side. If black plays on the left side, white plays on the right side. And both of these are bad results for black.
Sure.
And so it's actually pretty normal for a professional player to want to play away in such a position.
To maybe decide, oh
and
yeah,
just,
this is normal.
Just make this, put less emphasis on this part of the board and take some profit elsewhere. Because if this locally is going to be not such a good result for black anyway, black might as well just leave it and handle it when white plays the extra move. And the point is then that when white does moves like this, which are really good for the white group on the left side, then the move that black might have been thinking of playing in the corner becomes less urgent.
Just
And so
territorial.
instead of that, black can play something towards the center and start an attack on this group, for
That
instance.
affects the actual life and death of the
Yeah.
unsettled group.
So black can use the defensive move that black might have been thinking of playing on the left side, and plus on, so black's playing elsewhere twice, while white gets something like the same result that white was hopefully. So this is a point where in handicap the black player often goes wrong because amateurs have a tendency when they're playing professional players to follow white around the board.
Right.
And that makes white's strategies like this, when black has no local good move, it makes white's plan work better than it's supposed to.
So I guess a follow-up, if it was very normal for black to not answer that move directly, because as you say, they were Mii options on either side, black has just played a thick move. It looks difficult for white to get the initiative. Can we sort of turn that reasoning around and suggest that maybe it was premature for white to have gone into the 3-3, and
well,
that may be questionable?
This was locally, if we look at this black territory or area, it's one move away from being a black's territory. Like if black plays here, now there's nothing white can do.
Right.
And so playing here actually is a very big move.
Sure.
And that since black already has no local good move, it means that white has managed with this one move to trash the whole territory, potential territory. So this would be a good move that black could play fairly near in the future. In the near future, black would be thinking of playing this move to make something like a 20-point, or maybe a little bit more, something like a 20-point territory, while taking away the eye space of these stones.
Yeah, okay.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, but my question is not this one. It's if maybe it is premature to make the second move here, if white should consider playing to reinforce one of the weak groups before deciding one side or the other.
That is very difficult for me to say.
Okay.
But I think that the plan here is, for instance, if this kind of thing happens, actually this black group would be the weakest group in the area. And white would also have weak groups, but black would also have this very weak group that black would have to handle. And there's actually some potential that white could be on the offensive here.
I see.
And so this would be ideal for white, of course. And so there is some potential here for white to handle these weak groups by attacking black.
I see.
And that sort of translates to this black move here,
Which is very thick.
Very thick and avoiding being attacked.
Right.
Of course, it means that, for instance, if white does something like this, there is potential for white to connect up to these stones and make a living shape.
And then there's no weakness, and then white
and
only
this-
has to
yeah,
mine
White
this
only has
group.
the one weak group.
I see.
And so in this kind of variation, or like in this one, where I was showing a trade, white is actually saving one of the groups, although black has a very strong shape here. Just one weak group is something that white can probably handle.
It's easier to manage just one.
Yeah,
Managing
it's
two
much better
is-
than having two weak groups.
Right. I see. All right. Thank you very much. So maybe nothing has been questionable so far then from white. Difficult
I can
to say.
explain all the moves.
Right.
Like I can find a reason for all the moves.
We have
which
a
is,
story for all of them so far.
which is a lot better than being completely confused. So there's some reason, and it's a really great example because I think a lot of the people watching would really want to answer this move. A lot of the people who are not professionals would really feel the necessity to answer this move.
But it
But
isn't.
it often
actually.
is good to play away when you don't have any good local moves. So this is a kind of a real game example of that, that truth.
All right. Great.
And you can see how the way it turns out, the fact that white is taking the initiative here in reverse, it actually is, you can say it's giving black a better way to fix black's shape because white has to show his hand first.
I see.
Yeah.
I see. I see.
And is it okay that I just called AlphaGo he?
It's a
maybe
little
I
difficult.
should call it
yeah.
it, maybe, yes.
It's certainly a little
Yeah,
awkward.
that just happens when I'm talking
It-
about Go sometimes.
Well, it's hard because we want to assign it personhood,
Yes.
but it's certainly a mistake to assign it a gender.
Right.
And I imagine that we assign it personhood simply as a display of our respect for its abilities at
Of
this
course,
point.
yes.
It certainly has things to tell us.
Yes.
You mentioned also the importance of having that you can explain each of the moves, and that the important thing that we are doing as commenters, but also sort of as humans playing the game of Go, is to develop a story for for how to arrive at these different moves. We talk about
Yes.
running, we talk about standing still, we're talking about thickness and thinness. Do you suppose that AlphaGo will be able to tell us its stories of how it's playing its moves?
Well, it's very difficult because, as I understand, AlphaGo is not attaching a story
No.
or has any local reason.
a little
for
more
its move. It's
numerical.
more a whole board calculation,
Sure.
and its value network is it's not the same story that a human would have. But the moves make sense to us in that if we think about it, we can find a logic to them
Sure.
that can be explained. That because humans do need to have the story about a move like this to understand it, because it comes up in this position, in this board position, but when it happens to you in a game, the rest of the stones are probably going to be in different places. Like it might, if you're lucky, you might find the same exact shape in this corner.
Sure. We
and
never
you
have
can
the same game twice.
And you can say, oh, Michael said that about it. But then the stones around here will be completely
totally
different sometimes. And so you have to, in order to be able to adjust for that difference, you have to have a story for why this move works in this case. And then you can compare it to the new board position that you're faced with.
We need to generalize it,
Yes.
you could say. And perhaps drawing a general lesson from the repeated experiences.
And so that's why it would be really nice if AlphaGo could come up with a story. But the fact that its moves are so effective and have a good result almost always,
Right.
that's the reason that we can find these stories for them, because
Right.
the fact that they work make them so much closer to the successful human moves that we play.
Right.
And we can see the mechanics in the actual game of how they are working.
Sure.
Yeah, and
sure.
which, like if they didn't work, we'd just be saying, what is this thing thinking
What's it
about?
doing?
What is
Right,
it trying
exactly.
to do?
Yeah,
But when they work, we can see actually how they are supposed to work. And that makes a huge difference.
Right, and we can help build a story for ourselves
Yes.
to help understand it. And it's not like our stories don't themselves not have numbers in them. Oh, an attachment.
Attachment.
Switching-
So this was Kwache. This is a move that we have seen AlphaGo play a few times. Like AlphaGo, at the time it, I think at the time it played Lee Sedol. There were 3 games that DeepMind chose to publish. They
the
released 3
self-play
games, the
the 3
self-played
self-play
games.
That's right.
And it was using this attachment in some cases against the Chinese opening. And so that was a period where AlphaGo, playing with black, would like to play the Chinese opening.
Right.
And then it had all these unusual strategies for white, which were really exciting. And attaching here was one of them. Now, again, we're not talking about this new variation of the Chinese
With the
opening. We're
micro
talking about
Chinese,
this one.
yeah, we're talking about
Yeah,
one farther
but
away.
still, this is a move that caught the attention of a lot of professional
Oh
players.
yeah, I remember a lot of discussion about
And
this.
there were 1 or 2 players who had played this move before, but they were considered a bit eccentric.
Did they seem so
So I'm
eccentric
not going
now?
to name any names
No.
now. But people didn't really believe that these moves were supposed to work.
Eccentricity is maybe just underappreciated genius in its time.
It could
you know,
be.
so-
It could be. And so it was a move that was not taken very seriously until AlphaGo
Until
played
AlphaGo
it.
played
And
it,
we
too.
saw there was a game or so in which we saw that working against the Chinese opening.
Right. And
And-
that was one of the self-play games.
That was one of the self-played games. And it did pop up into professional games a lot. It's interesting because professionals usually play on a 19 by 19 board. In modern days, sometimes we play on smaller boards just for the fun of it.
Sure.
And popular sizes are 13 by 13 and 9 by 9. And 9 by 9 was originally an idea to use a smaller board to teach people.
Right.
Because the big board is a bit
Overwhelming
too much. Yeah,
for
it's
beginners,
overwhelming for
for
some
sure.
beginners. But it turned out that both the 9 by 9 board and 13 by 13 were quite a challenge for
Interesting
professional
games
players
in
too.
their own right. Yeah.
And so this move, it turned out that this move, it was a lot easier to use this attachment against the 3-4 point in a 13 by 13 board. And people were finding a whole bunch of game positions in which this move was effective
Was
in the
plausible.
13 by 13 board. And it was just the right size of board for us to understand how it was working. So it showed up in a lot of 13 by 13 board games. We actually have a tournament that happens about once a year that is a 13 by 13
Oh,
tournament.
I've never heard of it.
Yeah.
That's excellent. I'm very interested to go track down some of those game records.
Yes, yes. And so you might have noticed that I'm sort of avoiding the idea of
getting into any of those variations.
explaining this move, because
That's
this
right.
is one of the moves that is very difficult to explain.
And it's definitely received a lot of new research. I don't know if there's a lot of concrete.
Well,
development.
one of the aspects is that it's when your opponent attaches like this or plays very close, any move in the vicinity of this stone
Right.
is, you could say, it's touching the stone. And especially when it's attachment like this. It means that the next move, if white plays 2 moves in a row in this area, will be extremely effective. And so when your opponent attaches like this, it's almost mandatory that you play some direct response to it. And that means that it's going to be sente, and that allows white to play this move on top.
Right.
So if we assume white had played a looser move like this, then that would give the black the opportunity to attack on this side first, and it would be less of an impact.
Now he's making a
on this
third
side.
weak group.
So it'd be making
almost.
another weak group and changing what happens in this area, which is. But we can see again, I think this is the same strategy that Kweje had in game 2, and that he's creating a lot of weak groups.
Sure.
And he's not going to give up on this zone very easily either, I don't think. So he's going to create a lot of weak groups. There's a lot of variation in what could happen to this corner. There's this weak group that doesn't have eye space. There's this weak group that is weak. There's still some, depending on how black handles it, there's still some potential to attack this black group. And there's that black group there that is, it's well developed into the left side of the board, but
Sure.
it's not alive yet.
Now, Michael, I have to observe that most of the weak groups you just identified were white's weak groups. That while this is a weak group, perhaps it is relatively not that weak compared to just the 2 white stones adjacent
exactly,
to
yes.
it. And
Well, that's part of the plan.
I
Like
see.
that was to a certain degree, that was what Krache was doing in game 2 also.
Right.
And so the fact that he has a lot of weak groups means that he's dancing around the board a lot more. And it means that if AlphaGo cannot attack them successfully,
AlphaGo might be behind in territory.
that means that white has been very efficient. And so this is part of the plan. He's not surprised by the fact that he has he has more weak groups.
This
than black.
is in keeping with
part of
his
game
overall
plan.
goal. I see. He actually didn't reply in the lower right-hand
Locally,
corner.
this would be the way to reply. But of course, looking at the right side here, locally it would be normal for black to play some kind of knight's move, usually here, maybe to put some more pressure on this stone. This kind of thing to retain black's advantage in this local area.
Right.
So when black ignored this move and played here, this seems to be a preparation to take an offensive against this white group because of the fact that white does have a kind of a, depending on the position here, there's the potential connection here.
Sure.
So making sure that white is not connected by playing this move, maybe. And so if white had answered normally like this, then black maybe would continue with some kind of attack on the right side. Like I don't really know what white plans to do if black cuts through here. And so maybe that's what black was thinking of doing. And so white ignores that and attacks first.
Sure.
So
Taking the first step.
So this
in the
makes
other
it
side.
really exciting. Black played the hane, white covers. So now this is almost like knight's corner enclosure or keima shimari. But of course, this exchange is usually bad for white. Like there are some rare cases in which, like if white can force from this side, sometimes it becomes a valid endgame sequence. But
generally
it's bad because this corner shimari is not 100% territory sometimes.
Would have been
like there's
invadable
moves
otherwise.
inside that sometimes work. Especially if white gets an extra stone here, then there would be a lot of weakness there.
Sure.
And so this is a bad exchange locally.
Wow.
Okay, this move. Now you see black is starting to put the pressure on white's lower side.
Right.
But this is within Krache's plan because there's a lot of unresolved groups. This is what I'm pretty sure now that is what he was trying to do.
He's going with a similar plan from game 2, which I think is good news for Go fans everywhere because game 2.
It's going to be another exciting game.
I'm looking forward to it.
Yes.
All right. We're seeing things develop.
Yeah.
Is there any potential for him to attach underneath here? Is that maybe one of the ways that he can settle?
And then what?
And I don't know.
You know, when a pro answers a question with a question like that, it's
You're usually in trouble.
sign
That's right.
I don't really understand what you're trying to do. Because you see, this white group would be in more trouble here.
And I guess the black attachment doesn't actually kill the white group in the corner. So all I'm accomplishing here is just killing my corner group.
So that doesn't work. Extending here, at some point, after white is alive, it's a very effective move because this would lead to the cut here.
Right.
But white really needs some extra stones in the corner to make that work.
I see.
So for the time being, this stone has the double purpose of, at least double purpose of taking away any potential eye space here.
Sure.
So now white, at the best, can make one eye. It cannot make two eyes, whatever white does, unless black plays away and lets him. And so white has to escape out into the center there. And black is setting up an invasion to the 3-3 point there.
Yeah, we talked about how the hane connection was almost white's.
It was a forcing move that white could play to secure the corner.
Right.
And
then
that means
everything
that when black plays this, the corner is not secure when black jumps in here. So that's a huge move. We can see that it does affect white's eye space, so white would be on the defensive the moment black played there.
All right. Excellent. Well, I see we have some guests waiting in the wings. Stephanie and Hajin, would you guys like to join us up here? So certainly, the Fuseki seems to have been fairly interesting. I hope there is some interesting insights maybe from the study room, or perhaps?
I didn't have a chance to go there.
Didn't have a chance yet?
Yeah, maybe after.
All right, excellent. Well, what do you think of the game so far?
It was really interesting to see Kaji playing certain moves to go for this whole board complication.
Right.
Yes.
It's kind of amazing to have that whole board plan from such disparate beginnings.
Yes.
Very interesting. All right. Looking forward to the next hour of analysis. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll be back.
Hello, my name is Stephanie Ng, founder of New York Go Association and New York Institute of Go.
My name is Ha-Jin Lee, former professional Go player. Happy to be your commentator again.
Ha-Jin, the opening looks very interesting. What do you think about it?
Yes, I was actually quite impressed by a few moves that Kaji played. For example, when Black came over here, most professional players would think about how White should answer, how White should respond to this move. But when Kaji chose to come over here instead, that made certain weak groups of Black over here, making the game complicated. And also the same thing of invading over here and attaching over here. And I can see that Kaji has succeeded, as Michael mentioned, that the board has many uncertain areas.
I see. In other words, it means Koji tries to make the board more complicated?
That's right, yes.
I see. So the move number 7, it doesn't look very usual. I mean, this
Was
move.
it this one?
Right.
Yes, the usual move would be one line below over here, making the low Chinese opening. But this seems new, and then I'm very confident that many professional players will be trying in the following games.
The future, right? And also the one space jump, like you mentioned earlier, is very interesting too.
That's right. It was a little bit counterintuitive because there is a good proverb that says don't go close to your opponent's weak group. Because when your opponents are answering, this group can become stronger. But actually in this situation, Black had the purpose of making this area stronger. So Black was less concerned about making this White group a little bit stronger.
I see. Okay, interesting. And for the flying moves from, I think, from the move over here, it seems both players ignored each other's, right? So after White played here and Black came to the corner and White tanukied again.
That's right, yes. It seems to be a pattern now that Kaji is going everywhere making trouble, and then AlphaGo going like going places to kind of settle things.
I see.
Like this move over here and like coming back to the corner. Yes.
Sounds like a kid and a parent.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Yes.
Let's go
So
back to
when
the
Black
game now.
extended here, White came this one. Yes. This move over here is looking at the cutting point here.
Right.
And if Black wants to connect, this is one way to do so. But when White connects, this corner is naturally secured. We were talking about this Black's invasion over this one. But after this exchange, this wouldn't be possible.
It's 100% safe already in the
Right,
corner.
yes. So this White move was asking Black to connect, and then Black invaded right away.
Because Black doesn't want to play this exchange move to help White.
That's right, yes.
I see. Okay.
So over here, White's natural response would be to block this way.
And it gives Black chance to connect.
That's right, yes.
And after Black connect, I think Black doesn't have to spend another move to connect here because the corner is already alive.
That's right, yes. The territory-wise, White's best response is often this Hane, but as Black is cutting here, it is already connected.
I see. And this variation is much better than the variation this.
That's right,
this
yes,
variation
yes.
For Black. Right. So it's the Hane working here if I'm trying to take whole corner.
That's right. If Black respond this way, then White can
Push
come
down,
down.
yes.
Yes.
And then there's a cutting point here.
That's right, yes.
Mhm.
Yes. That's why White wants to exchange this one first because, yes, if White just comes down, then the capturing race doesn't work.
So White has to play the Hane in order to cut through here
Yes.
successfully.
Right, right, yes. Another thing is that if White cuts directly, when black connects to the corner, this corner shape is completely alive. So white would be only looking at this group, but because this white group is still not very strong and this one also has the weak points, it will be very difficult for white to attack this black group.
I see. Interesting.
Yes.
So, can I interpret this move as a defending move, or this is an attacking move? What do you think?
I feel like that move is balancing move.
Balancing? Oh, okay.
Yes, right.
White was attacking the whole group over here, right? So I
Right.
thought maybe this is going to be a defensive move.
Right, right. It is defensive, but not very passive either.
I see.
Because like really passive connection like this one would be like maybe safer, but it's letting white to move ahead. So in a way, black is not letting white to like go too far.
I see. So it's a attacking and defending at the same time.
That's right.
Okay,
Yes.
I see. Okay, so
Yes.
white
Here,
hasn't played
white
yet.
could consider some other responses. For example, this one. But when black pushes over here, this weakness is already gone.
Why?
Because, for example, when white answers here, later, so over here in this shape, this is the only way to cut. Because from this side, as black comes out, this is already connected. But the problem is that white should be able to cut here.
But now white actually has another cut.
That's right.
himself. Yes.
Yes.
I see.
Right. So with this exchange, the two black groups are automatically connected.
Right. And also at the same time, white group here is not safe yet.
That's right, yes. Here, if white chose this corner, it seems like black's attach over here would be a good Tetsuji.
Whoa. Interesting. So the honey here is not going to work.
That's right, because this one would be Sente.
And white has to connect right now.
Right, and then black has to come back.
I see. And I think that this is the only way to connect, isn't it?
Yes,
Or maybe here or here.
right. Either way, either way, black will be able to live in the corner. This
Corner.
would be enough space.
Because pulling back is a sente move, and
That's right.
eventually black can extend it here to make it live.
Yes.
Okay.
So locally blocking from this side would be the proper move. But Kaje may consider playing away from this situation, but playing something like coming out and cutting instead. So it's kind of making the complicated situation while leaving this area uncertain.
I see. Or maybe white is try to cut this down first, and then later on, if white still blocks here, then there's another cut here.
That's
and to
right,
attack
yes.
those 5 stones.
Yes, yes.
I see. So when you're trying to do something, you don't want to settle other part completely.
Right, yes,
Right.
yes.
I see.
Yes. Playing completely different areas, for example, like this one, to make sure that these two stones can't go anywhere, would be very dangerous for white, because as black comes over here, white won't be able to live inside this one. And this time the cut would be a bit too late, because when black saves this one stone, right, yes.
There's no enough space for white to live.
Right, right, yes.
And the outside is very white for black to escape.
Right, yes.
See.
So this would be a bit too late. If white wants to cut, this would be the right timing.
I see. I think probably Koji is thinking about some fight here.
Yes. Over here, this cut wouldn't work because black can come through, right?
Ah, right.
Yes. Then white has to choose either this one or that one. Choosing this one wouldn't make much sense.
Yeah, because
Right.
black can just connect here.
Right, yes. And connecting this side would give the whole corner to the black, which would be too big.
Right. Okay.
Yes. Here, white also doesn't want to be pushing from the second line because as black is answering, these exchanges are helping black more than white.
Right. And then the cutting move here won't work anymore.
That's right. Do you want to show us why this wouldn't work?
Sure. Obviously, the ladder is not going to work for black, but black actually have a net here.
That's right, yes.
Because capturing this stone is much more important than that one, because this stone is on the cutting point.
That's right.
And if white connects, black can surround white here.
That's right, yes.
Okay. All right. Oh, Koji is still thinking about the next move.
Yes. And I think it's very good that Kaje is spending like quite a time in the opening because once the opening is not quite right, then Kaje won't have much chance.
To catch up. I see. And for the previous two games, the match 1 and the match 2, I don't think Koji used all of his basic time.
Oh, right. Yeah,
Right?
Kaje never went into countdown.
Right. So probably this time he wants to use more time to think about more moves.
That's right, yes. And also because this could be the last chance that he
Right.
like really plays serious game against AlphaGo.
I
So
agree.
he probably wants to take the full of this chance.
Yes. And now he's leading his body toward to the board.
Yes.
So normally when professionals doing this, it means the game is more intense, getting more intense, or they're ready for the fight.
That's right. Yes, yes. Usually when they start playing the game, they are aware that they shouldn't be leaning too much because they know that there is a camera, there's a broadcasting. But like as the game gets more intense, you forget about all these other things, right?
Nothing is important but the game.
Right, right, yes.
Right. Okay. What do you think about the bottom right corner, this whole situation for white?
Right, yes. So at this moment, black or white are not playing. Later, if white choose to play, white has the way to live.
Oh, do you mind to show us? Okay.
Yes.
The tiger smell?
Oh, so there is a way to live in ko. Yes, not just as it is. So black would save this one stone, and then white would come out, and black would block. And of course, there is a complicating point of this cut, but let's imagine there is a stone over here just to focus on the life and death situation on this corner. And over here by itself, it looks like white doesn't have wide enough space. And if white connects here, black would hane. And then if white takes this one, black would take this one.
So I think when we were a kid, I think we all remember one of the very special shapes. When you have 7 stones connected together, it's that shape.
Yes, yes.
When you have 8 stones connected, it's already alive.
Right, right, yes. Yes. But actually, while I was showing you this situation, I realized that I actually misread something.
Okay.
Because I thought that this move would give a ko. And then black would hane here, and then like this.
Oh, I see.
Yes. But I just realized that black can actually do this.
The vital point here. I
Right,
see.
yes.
And if white blocks there, black can throw in.
Right, yes.
And
So,
then that will be a false eye.
That's right, yes. Like this.
I see.
So once black has one more move around the outside, then just by itself it wouldn't be enough.
Maybe white can choose some move like
yes,
this, like a
right,
very
right.
special move.
That's right, yes. So the other choice is that this attach, and it seems like that would be the only way. Because after this one, now white can leave.
By playing
right?
the tiger's
yes,
mouth.
with this one,
Yeah.
yes.
This is the Tatsuji actually.
Right,
I don't think
yes.
other moves will work in this situation.
Right, yes. It's easy to miss this attach because while you're doing that, you are harming this area so much that you don't even want to think about it.
Right.
But there is this possibility.
Right. Okay. So white doesn't want to do it right now because it will hurt
Right.
at the outside. It's
Yes.
not worth it.
That's right, yes.
Okay. So temporarily it's fine for black. Okay.
Yes.
See. All right. Koji did push and cut
Yes.
and extend it.
Then black saved the one stone.
And white has to answer that move because there's a net, which is short.
Yes,
earlier.
that's right, yes. And over here, black has two choices. Black can hane or extend. Oftentimes, black would think about hane first because this is the, we often call it head of the two stones.
I see.
And we have the proverb that you must hane on the head of the two stones.
Right. The special shape. Right.
Yes, yes. But actually, we were talking about the Go proverbs yesterday because we talked about the Ponuki being 30 points, but it's actually sometimes not true. And the thing about the Go proverb is that it's a good general rule to start with, but as you advance, you kind of need to go away and then being more open and flexible.
Right. It depends on the different situations. So, yeah. Okay. Black hane and white jumps.
Yes.
here.
And then black needs to come back. Sometimes tiger mouth, sometimes,
Or
yes,
the
knight's move.
Nice move.
Yes.
And now I think white probably should come back to fix the corner situation here.
That's right, because now black saved that one stone over there. If black comes in, the white would be in trouble.
Right. So,
Yes. So white will need to come back.
And now it gives black. Okay.
Yes, over
black
here.
played. It's more solid than the small knight's move here.
That's right. It gives more strength towards this area. Because with this knight's move, white can make some more eye space by attaching underneath.
Yes. Okay. So we're assuming white probably will block here to make more eye shapes.
Right, yes.
And now it gives black choice, either
Yes.
connect here or protect the cut on the top.
Right. So black will probably want to save this one stone because that gives also the support toward the outside. The two options are this move and that move.
I see.
But my intuition is that this move is a little better because the difference is that with this move, white has the way to get a little more points in this corner. But white is not much interested in this territory at this point because the outside fight is more important. And these black moves are giving like a safe connection toward this area. So considering white doesn't want to take here, this move would be better than this connection.
Right. I see. Okay. White haven't played yet.
Yes. And something I wanted to mention over here of the white move.
Okay.
So when black hanes here, some people might wonder why white doesn't hane back because black cannot cut. If black cuts here,
White will Atari on the bottom. And then.
that's
turn.
right. So it doesn't work for black. But the problem here is that when black extends, white has to come back, right? Yes. And then this exchange over here already removed the cutting point. So this exchange is actually helping black.
It's a thank you move.
That's right. That's a thank you move.
I like to call these kind of move like thank you move. It's easier to remember. We should do that.
Yes. Right. Right. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So
Yes.
white blocked here.
Right.
Oh, black actually did
Yes.
this move.
Right. So over here, white has somewhat difficult choice. White doesn't want to move away at this point because black's capturing over here would be sent toward this white's group.
Is it because this move
Mm-hmm.
and artillery on the top
Yes.
and connect back and
That's
the whole
right.
group is in danger?
Yes. So
So
this one doesn't add any eye to the white's group. And over here, this is just not enough space for white to live.
Right.
So if white needs to answer anyway, then it's probably better for white to continue over here so that black wouldn't get these two.
Sente moves.
Right, yes.
And also after black has this move, there's no cut anymore here.
Right, yes.
And the whole group is 100% safe.
Right, yes. So I believe white has two choices. One is to take this corner.
And then
Yes, doing that. Another one is to cut over here directly. Yes. And then, yes, and then connect.
it is a sente, isn't it?
It's not directly sent.
Because there's some weakness outside.
Right, right. Yes.
I see.
But this might be sent
They move.
toward this white's group.
Because if white ignores, can black just simply push?
Push over here first, maybe. Yes. And then,
And
yeah,
block.
block over there. Yes.
So if white connects here, I guess there's this
Yes.
move.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's here,
Mm-hmm.
and the shape is Boki 5, which is that shape.
Right. Yes.
I see.
Yes. Right. Over here, white does have a way to live like this.
By giving up those two stones.
Right, but these two stones are
It's
too
too-
important.
Right.
Yes.
And it's too small for white to live there.
Right, right. So it is possible for black to come over here. So in the actual position, white peeped first. So didn't do
Oh.
all this. Yes.
This is
And that is center exchange. Black will probably connect. Yes, black connected. And
So-
then white connected here. Yes. Probably leading to this block.
I think the peep here is the timing, right? The right
Yeah,
timing.
that was good timing.
Yeah,
Yes.
would you like to talk more about the peep here?
Yes. So at this point, these two stones are too important to ignore. So black has to connect. There is this connection, and there are other ways to save these two stones. For example, this way or that way.
Blocking here, right?
That's right. Yes. But blocking from this way gives white some room for connecting this stone later.
And then white will have more space here.
Right. Yes.
I mean, eye space.
Yes. Another thing is that either this block or that block gives this white tiger mouse in center later, because then there is this cut.
I see.
So generally, it's good idea to just connect.
I see. If white doesn't peep right now, maybe later black will have more choices.
That's right. Later, the two stones may not be as important.
Right. And also maybe the tiger's mouth on the top is not important anymore either.
Right, yes.
Okay, and connect.
Yes. And then
And
Haned here. Yes.
Black, white didn't play this exchange move.
that, yes.
Interesting. I think maybe white is thinking about pushing here and is kind of overplayed because the corner of black is already alive, but by pushing here, those two stones are getting heavier.
It is a possible explanation, yes. And also this move, Koje could have thought that this move has a bad influence toward this white group.
I see. So instead of cutting here and fight against those 5 stones in the center, maybe white wants to push black to connect it back because there's no point by connecting here.
That's right, yes.
I see.
Because, yes, this move doesn't add any points, right?
It's kind of like a dame.
Right.
So there are very big difference between professionals and some other players. Is for professionals,
Yes.
according to them, they don't really like to kill groups. But for some amateur players, they really like to kill the opponent's groups.
Right.
But at the same time, you will put yourself in a very risky situation.
Right, right. And sometimes these groups are not as big as you think.
Right. Okay. I think that this is a very good example
Yes.
to explain why white doesn't want to push here.
Right, right. Yes. And over here, this shoulder hit, I think this is another beautiful move that AlphaGo played. Because at this point, because white is asking black to connect, these two stones are still important. But once this is connected, then white can kind of treat this group much lightly.
Right. Right.
Right.
And also, I think one of most important goal theory or concept is of winning is we always want to make our stones efficient on the board.
Right. Yes.
And I think AlphaGo is much better than at least me. So by playing here, this move is not very efficient.
Right.
So AlphaGo is always trying to find a more efficient move, something like this.
Yes, yes. Right. So for example, oftentimes this knight's move shape would be considered good. But in this case, there is this attach. And because white wants to save these stones, white will need to connect, but black can come over here, capturing these stones anyway.
I see. So my understanding of this move is also black has to come back to connect here, but before that, black wants to play some forcing move to get some benefit before black connects here.
Right, right.
I see.
Yes, which is good strategy.
Right.
So black blocked here, and white will need to Hane to save these two stones. And then black can, block that one. And that's still Sente. White will need to come back. And then now black can connect.
Right.
So all these exchanges, they add to this black group very much.
Right. And also, after, without this exchange move, if black connects here directly, maybe those 4 stones are not that important anymore.
That's right. White won't be like playing all these moves to save this group after that.
That's right. Okay.
Yes. So I wonder if, I was wondering if white could do something more on that side because it seemed like black's blocking over here was such a good shape.
Very good shape, right?
Right. So Kojie pushed over here. And the first intuitive move would be the double hane, right?
Right. Because black is trying to surround this area, this direction instead of there.
That's right, yes. Then we could say white succeeded in its purpose that white created some weak points around here.
I see. Interesting. But,
So black
black wedged there. Interesting.
here.
Oh, what about, what
Yes.
about white just connect
Yes.
here?
Oh.
Is this the group in danger now?
Right, white probably won't connect here because now it just looks so heavy, and then the playing somewhere around these two stones would be much better for white. But let's see why black played here,
Oh, I see.
and then connect,
Blocking here?
right?
Or maybe black is thinking about
Yes.
squeeze here and make white shape to a dumpling shape.
Oh, I see the difference. So without this one, when white connects here, this move is not sente.
Oh,
Not directly.
right.
Although there is some weak point over here, still there is no way black can directly capture these two stones. But by exchanging these first before doing all that, white stone is here instead of there. So there is another white stone here.
Oh, okay.
Right. So
order?
the difference would be this one or that one.
Uh-huh.
And white much prefers having the stone here instead of that one. Because after this, you can take these four stones lightly, but this would be much bigger to give up.
I see. Oh, okay.
So,
And also, black has another choice to make white shape to a dumpling shape, like this, maybe? Maybe not.
So this would be somewhat satisfying, but not very good choice.
Okay. I see.
Right. Because still there is this weak point over here. And then now black will need to
Take care of that group. I
yes,
see.
Yes.
Maybe black's plan is trying to surround the outside
Right,
instead of a
right.
cut through white.
Yes.
I see.
I mean, this result itself, it doesn't necessarily bad for black, but I think it's not as good as blocking on the top side.
I see. Okay.
But white probably won't be connecting this one.
Maybe some moves outside.
Yes, this hane seems likely, or this atari over here.
I see. This is a very interesting move.
Yes. Yes, as you mentioned before, this was a much more efficient connection than coming over here because now black has some more points and then this group is safe, right?
Right. Because that move has no territory at all.
Right, right, yes.
Okay.
But I must say, with this, AlphaGo succeeded simplifying the game, at least on this area. Because before, black had this uncertain group, although it was strong, it was not alive yet. But now it's like very, very complete now.
I see. Yes, that's true. Okay. So after, could you actually?
Oh yeah, just Tanuki,
Play.
right? Yes.
Interesting. So, I feel like when AlphaGo was just about starting a fight, and
Yes.
Koji is trying to ignore it or tanuki it,
Yes.
right? Is it the Koji's strategy for today? What do you think?
Right, right. Because when you are like leaving certain areas unfinalized, you create this uncertainty that possibly confuse AlphaGo, although it will be difficult.
I see.
Yes. So over here, when white manages to save this corner, you create this black group that's not alive yet. So that was
Koji's
good.
plan. Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Very interesting. Yes.
Right. So over here, black will probably think about blocking over here as a first move, and then white will need to connect. Then black will connect here. If white comes back here, white can leave inside. But as black is playing either hane or one space jump, black will have very strong shape in the center. And this black move will also give some more room for black to live
in the future.
inside. Yes.
So would that mean white will try to some more aggressive move?
So white could think about
Cutting here?
cutting here right away, but I'm not sure if that would work because of that. What do you think?
I think white probably doesn't have enough liberties.
Right, yes.
I see. Interesting. My understanding of these exchange move is, like you said, white probably won't connect here because it's too heavy for white.
Right.
So Koji is about ready to give up those 3 stones in the center
Yes.
by playing some moves around here, and it's a sente connecting move.
That's
and
right.
after that exchange move here,
Yes.
the whole group is temporarily settled. So now white doesn't have to worry about the life and death. And now he has the time to settle the group.
Right, yes.
Right? Am I right?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Okay.
Yes. So this was a center exchange before coming back to corner. And white will need to leave. So white chose this one. And that's because black chose this hane instead of that.
I see.
Because if there was a black stone here, just this one move wouldn't make the white group leave.
Because there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 stones.
Right,
And
yes.
white is that shape.
That's
right?
right, yes. When white tries here, black can come in. And then this is, yes, this is not enough space.
Right.
Right. But when there's a black stone here, of course, it makes all the difference because now this one is sente.
Right.
Yes. And then white can play here. And the big difference between this move and that move is that this move gives one more point, first of all.
Yeah,
And
of
then,
course.
yes. And then over here, black has some, like these 2 forcing moves.
I see. And because of these forcing moves for black, maybe later black will use those 2 moves to protect or make eyes.
Right, yes.
I see.
Yes. Another thing is that black's coming over here, it doesn't really change anything on this area.
Right, because white still able to block.
Right, yes.
I see.
So white connected here, now white's alive in the corner. And
black
black
jump.
is here, yes. So now I feel like this game shows the combination of 2 strategies that Koji used in first and second game. The first game was territorial strategy, and the second game was like a complicating strategy. And now Koji is taking territories while making the game complicated.
Oh, this sounds more advanced technique.
Yes, yes. So with this one space jump, white has some weaknesses around here.
Right.
But as you mentioned, once white is connected to this area, this white group would be relatively safe.
I see. And at the same time, black is not 100% safe yet.
Right, yes. It is strong group, but no base yet.
I see.
And that actually helps white on this side. Because once this group is completely settled, black will have easy time saving this group. But before that, black will need to be cautious because while black's trying to live inside, white will get stronger, and that can give white some base to attack this group.
I see. White played knight's move here.
Yes. I like how white is creating this central influence very naturally.
Yes, and white doesn't want to play this exchange move yet because, as we mentioned earlier,
Yes.
and when you want to do something else later, you always want to save the variations.
Right, yes, yes. You want to have that option later.
Right.
Yes.
And also for black, there's no such a good move to cut through white here, right?
Right. So if black plays first in this area, maybe one way to start would be the hane, and then when white comes out, black
Black
can
will try this move.
play here, and then cut this one. That would be one option.
I see.
Yes. Another way would be the diagonal move directly.
Yes.
Yes.
But so far, the fight over there looks more urgent
Yes.
compared with here.
That's right, yes. Because even these 3 stones can be treated lightly.
Right.
Yes. And while white is adding stones over here, it's making these whites stronger and stronger.
And then white probably doesn't need to play another move too.
Right. And that gives some efficiency.
Right.
Yes. Over here, I'm expecting black to jump because this move gives some more support to this black group while still looking at white's weakness. And also possibly this cut. Yes, later. So this move is like a multi-purpose.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. White hasn't. Okay.
Yes.
Black played here.
Right. And over here, I'm wondering if white can play somewhere around this area. I'm not quite sure which exactly. But by playing here, white can somehow pressure this black group while preventing this black's cut.
Interesting. Is it because if black push in the cut, white will easily connect on outside after you have this stone?
Oh, yes. Once white has the stone, then white can tarry
actually, you can
here.
kill those 2 stones by
Yes,
playing here.
and then, yes,
Right.
block this one.
I see.
Yes. Without these white stones, white will need to save this one stone. And when black extends over here, these 2 groups will go into the capturing race, which can be dangerous for white. Right now, I think white doesn't need to worry about it yet.
I see. Interesting. Oh, Kojiro was just
Yes.
slide this move
Oh,
over
this
the
connection
camera.
over here.
But he didn't play it.
I see.
But he was very attempted to play that move. And now he took it back. He took
Yes.
it back and
This-
rethink about it.
Right. That connection could be a good place to go now because this would make this cutting point alive and also taking this group. Although white's shape wouldn't be pretty.
Yes, because the
Yes.
dumpling shapes.
Yes.
I see.
That could be a good place.
And now black won't choose to connect here instead.
Right. I
Squeeze
think
now.
now black will choose the cut. Yes.
Instead of connecting.
Yes. And yeah, probably that. and white will need to jump out.
Mm-hmm.
But then this black's knight move would be such a good place.
Right. And
black.
the whole group here is
Yes.
looks very dangerous.
Right. This seems to be too good for black.
Mm-hmm. So I guess that's the reason why Koji took it back.
Yes,
and
the idea was good, but it doesn't seem to lead to good result.
Mm-hmm. I see.
So if not there,
Mm-hmm.
where would be some good place? If white plays somewhere else, for example, like that, which is good open area,
Mm-hmm.
white might be a little concerned of black starting in this point.
Mm-hmm. Try to cut through
Right.
white two groups.
Yes. Right.
Mm-hmm.
And also because this group over here is not alive yet.
Mm-hmm. I see. So would this move be okay for white to play? Maybe.
Locally, it would be a very good place.
Mm-hmm.
And black will be capturing these two stones.
Seems white has to spend another move to connect, right?
Right, there is still this cutting point.
I see. So about double Atari or
Yeah, maybe, yes,
Atari on the
something like
top.
that.
and then it looks all of the fights are settled.
Yes.
So what do you think about the territory situation?
The territory-wise, the biggest question would be this area, actually. If we consider these two stones already captured, then I think white is not in a bad position. Because black has only a little bit in this corner and a little on this corner and there. But because this territory would be quite good. Other than this area, white also has only small territories. Yes. Just a few points here and there, and the corners mostly open.
I see. Oh, and Koji didn't play this move.
Right, white came here. Yes.
This is a very good move, right? To either not kill, but attack those two stones.
Right.
And somehow is attacking this stone as well.
Right. So this move is preventing black from like hunting here and like peeping over here. There are some like bad weaknesses, so that's good. And also there was an eye space over here, which this move is kind of getting in a way. And also, of course, looking at these two stones. Right. And then black came over here. Yes. And this move is looking at this cut over here.
Right.
If white cut like this, then black can connect. So eventually white will need to come back.
And white pushed.
Yes, white pushed here first. And I wonder there's a way to directly do this. No, it doesn't seem to be working to do this directly because of this pushing move. When white cut here, black will need to connect, and white can Atari here. And this would be very risky fight for black because also this group is not alive yet.
I see.
So black will come back. Yes.
And then
one more push should be possible. Yes. Then
the black shape
yes.
doesn't look very good.
Yes. So black will be blocking over here. I wonder if we can even do this one. Because this would be really good.
For white. It gives black a headache, actually.
Yes. If black cuts here, instead of answering this way, white can cut here and come out. And that would give very good points for white.
And those two stones look like it's already dead, right? Those
Right,
two
yes.
I see.
Yes. So if black doesn't cut here,
Black
First over, this shape is a little awkward.
yeah, to protect because
Yes.
if black connects here, this connecting move looks as a
Still
sente,
sente, yes.
and black has to play this empty triangle move, which
Right,
is
right.
that shape.
Yes.
So I guess probably black will play the tiger's mouth instead, but still the shape looks very
Yes, still awkward.
yeah.
Mm,
I see.
yes.
All right.
So yeah, I think white will be Hane here. Yes. Is there any other answer, like for example that might work?
Maybe right. Maybe black is trying to find a move to tenuki or more efficient move than just connecting here.
Right. Yes. Yes. But still, this after this one, white can cut here later, and then now white can answer this way because this wouldn't work.
I see.
Or maybe this one. So, yes, this would be good point for white.
I see.
If white doesn't hane, because this might make black stronger, white will still need to come back here
Right.
in any case. So this would be the kind of safe response. This can give like a maximum possible point to the white's area. But the difference would be that black has somewhat little more room to try something later.
Oh, actually, white
Oh,
tenuki
white didn't.
respond.
Yes.
Interesting.
This hane itself is somewhat half sente because if black doesn't respond, then the white can either like look at this atari or even this cut.
Right, and then
Yes.
extend to the center, right? Or
Yes, this move seems to work. Yes, because when black comes here, white will be pushing.
and then
And
block.
maybe another
One more?
push. If white blocks directly, then there is this cut. And then it could be more complicated. But if white pushes here, that already makes the black's position kind of difficult.
Right.
Yes. So black did respond by cutting here.
Interesting.
Then white came over here. Of course, white doesn't want to save this one stone because that's exactly what black wants.
Right.
Black will be attacking here.
And a tari
Yeah, and then
on the
this
left
one.
side.
Yes. This shape is too good for black. Right? Yes.
Because capturing that black stone is too small.
Right, right. This one is smaller.
And I think at the same time, black is also looking for a sente move. Right? If capturing.
Oh,
and-
yeah, possibly, yes. So if that was what black wanted, actually black got it now. After this exchange, this corner is much smaller. It's still big, but
Very
because
big.
black also has the room to expand to the side, it's not urgent.
Right.
If AlphaGo wanted to come to this side, this would be the chance.
Right. And I wonder what's going to happen if black plays there.
Yes. So cutting through seems to be complicated respond. Maybe there is a way to connect to
Avoid
this
it?
side like this. If,
Just give up some points.
right, right. If this is the best black can do, then this is not much of concern for white.
It's not that urgent. It's just some territory.
Right, yes.
I see. And black played here. The center looks more urgent
Right, yes.
because if black can cut through successfully, those two white groups are very dangerous.
Right, yes. Yes. White can cut here, and black can maybe go back. Yes.
I was very. I wonder why
Yes.
white didn't like to or didn't want to change this before invade that corner. Maybe this is not going to be a sente. By connecting, if white can
right.
connect there.
But, yes. But after this exchange, if black cuts, it's the same shape.
Right. So there's no way for white to get a sente here. By
Right.
connecting.
It wasn't clear. Yes.
I see.
It wasn't clear whether white can get like a good shape in sente. For example, if white plays here,
It's also good too because
black can still hane. Yes. If black just takes this one, that would be very nice.
Right.
But because black can do this, and when white answers, it's already captured.
Right. This move looks very important for both black and white.
Right. That move is weakening the whole white area over here. But of course, it's still a complicated fight, and I believe white can continue by cutting here.
I
Yes.
see.
And also this area, it seems to have some aji, but maybe black doesn't have a good move right away. So we can also look at that
Later.
later.
I see.
Yes. Not cutting here would give black some advantage.
Because the next move probably just killed the three
Right.
stones.
Yes. Right. Because this group would remain weak, and also these 3 stones, and also as black is surrounding this area, that gives black more influence, which makes this approach very severe toward the corner.
I see. Okay.
Over here, if white comes out like this, then black will be connecting by extending here. And although it gives white room for saving these 2 stones, still this whole group is somewhat heavy, and this group also weak.
I see. And white probably doesn't have time to take care of the both group.
Right, yes.
I see.
So,
Could you?
right. Well, it could be possible to tenuki.
I was actually guessing probably white will give up those 3 stones and take out that group first.
Okay,
What-
right. Yes, it's very possible, right? But then white will need to be very cautious not to give too much to black on
Yeah.
that side.
Right.
Yes. Maybe white could hane here and see how black respond. That's one possible
I
way.
see. Oh, actually.
Oh, white came here.
Whoa.
Yes.
Looks very dangerous move.
Right. Yes. It looks heavy, and when black connects.
I was thinking about this move for black next time. For the next move.
Oh, that's really good point. So at this point, if, for example, if white jumps, black can hane here. So what happens if white hanes?
Black can connect, right? It's a
Yes.
sente, and white has to connect here,
Yes.
and then black block there.
Right.
Cut. There's only 2 actually 1 liberty, 2 liberties, and there's no way for white to get out.
Right. So once black hanes here, there's no way white can save this center.
I see. So I think that saving the group in the center is more urgent. Now, what do you think?
I'm not sure. I'm like very worried now for Kaji, because if you are jumping here, for example, black's coming over here would be another very good place.
Maybe he's very confident to live right now.
Right. I mean, I wouldn't worry too much about living inside, because white does have some space. But if white is making like 2 eyes inside, that would give black strength around the center, and black can anytime take these 2 stones or continue attacking this group.
I see.
That would be very difficult game for white.
Yes, and it looks saving those 4 stones is not that important, compared with these two if white wants to save the group in the center?
Right. It doesn't give too much impact toward the black's position, but of course it is quite big in terms of points. And considering white doesn't have that big of territory except this one, giving up this area would mean like getting behind in territory.
I see.
So we will have to see how white handles this situation. And we have, yes,
Welcome
Andrew
to the
and Michael.
stage, Michael and Andrew.
Yes.
Thank you very
Okay.
much.
So what do you think?
Oh,
Well, it seems Kwatse is getting very busy at this point.
he has a
and
lot
has
to
a lot
manage.
of weak groups to handle.
Right.
Mm.
It looks like connecting here doesn't work for white.
It doesn't work. That's disaster not working, right?
Right.
And so I'm sort of worried because this stone is not on the board yet, is it?
Oh,
I
yes,
don't know.
yes.
So I'm worried about
Right.
that white group because I don't see. I'm not sure it can live even if white plays first.
Right.
Yeah. And we have to remember that this point is sort of forcing it. It at the very least has a bad effect on the right side.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Certainly.
I see.
And I, of course, don't have as much insights into the position, but I can gather from the cameras that he does not seem terribly happy about having to play the extension that he just played onto
Oh,
the
really?
3 stones.
Mm.
Very much his hair going in all directions. It's
Oh.
very difficult.
Interesting.
Yes.
So.
Okay.
So we will see.
See
All
you
right,
in an
and
hour.
we'll see you back in an hour.
Thank
Thank you very much.
Okay. So white just played here. I would just like to talk about that sequence. Like this white group is in danger of being captured at any point.
Of
So
course.
jumping out here and black playing here, it's not really alive. Like if we assume something like white playing here, black forcing once with here, and then just peeping here. There's not really enough room. Like it's not even a 6-point shape here.
Sure.
So this looks like it could easily be a dead group. And if this dies, it's going to be bigger than this side. And there's also the fact that with this point here, which I'm saying is sort of forcing, and what do I mean is I mean that white, and after this stone, white can force with this.
Oh.
So it is actually, it's not going to die because of this
Oh.
forcing move. But that means that this whole territory is going to disappear
Gone.
very easily.
Because
And
now
because
those will
now this
actually-
stone has an impact on it. So this would be a huge disaster for white.
Sure.
So the fact that this is forcing, if we count the factor on this side, it means that white cannot play forcing moves like this to help the position here.
Right.
Yeah.
So these are actually much weaker unless white is prepared to
Like
take that.
if I was playing
damage.
white, I'd say that these would die.
Right.
Yeah.
If I was playing
maybe
white, they would
Kwatse-
certainly die. So.
Maybe Kwatse will find a way out, but it looks fairly dangerous.
Okay.
So that would explain why Kwatse is playing this move and trying to get some more space, but it's still dangerous. It still doesn't look like white has time to move on this side. So
Right.
again, something like this or even something like this would be a very strong attack against white. So white pushes again. And there's the question of this group. Of course, at any point, black can connect underneath here.
Oh, so
or a
there's
bit
no
more
real
aggressively like this.
there's no real risk for black of white counterattacking then.
Well, if white plays here first, then of course there's the question of what about this area? It looks like black does have a little space here. And at this point, if white plays here, playing on the outside is a bit, it weakens black's shape. So maybe black might be just throwing away 2 stones depending on how white handles it. But of course, with some extra stones here, maybe black doesn't even have to throw away the 2 stones.
I see.
And so there's a lot of preparation white has to do to make a move like this effective. So white really is trying to set up some kind of counter-offensive, but it doesn't look like, so white played here, and now black is just, this is more or less finished off the center stones. Like black could have taken them with this stone,
Right.
but that would allow white to play forcing moves from this way.
And as it
So-
is, this is a little.
Instead, playing this way, it still captures them, because if white plays here, then black pawn is on top, and still there's really no way for white to get out. So this whole area with this stone has become a big black territory.
I see.
Yeah, so that's a bit distressing for white. It's about 15 points if we just look at this immediate area, and it's sort of radiating out, so it's going to be more. Let's just take a quick look at territory. This is about komi, so we'll just call that komi. A few points here. So this is adding up to about 20 points. There's this big move here, which is about 15 points at least. It's 15 point plus added security for both the white group and for the black group if black plays here. So it's if we're just looking at the territory, it's probably about 15 points, but there's a lot of added value.
Okay.
Like if white plays here later, then this group can potentially be a weak group.
Be a target.
So you could even say that maybe these 2 points are almost interchangeable. So like if white takes the corner, black might immediately just play on this
Make
side.
an extension.
And so what was I saying? So black has something like 20 points
20
plus
points.
komi plus the potential here, which is, since they haven't played it, it's hard to say exactly how many points, but maybe about 10 points, so it's about 30 points plus komi.
Certainly.
And you can see all white's territories here are all very tiny. They're just live shapes.
What about this?
And this
Can
is
we
a
count
fairly big white territory,
anything?
which still has a bit of bad aji, but
I see.
I sort of doubt that AlphaGo is going to try anything there. So then it's going to be at least 15 points.
Okay. So 15 points there, and then
On
a
all these
handful
tiny
here and there.
territories. But white's sort of thin all over. Like at the very least, black is going to get a lot of forcing moves from the center, for instance, something like this. Even if black agrees to sacrifice this right side group,
Sure.
then this is the least that black can get out of it and get some extra influence towards the center of the board.
And we can see those 15 points very easily
Yeah.
there, I guess.
Well, this is what I was sort of imagining when I was saying about 15 points. It might be a bit more, but I was sort of imagining a black stone in the corner too. So white has played a hane here, and black hane'd back. And still, white is sort of eyeing this move here, but it doesn't work yet. Because white cannot, white would like to be able to push through here.
Sure.
Oh.
Oh.
Well, yeah, but it doesn't really work because maybe on this side there's some potential, but the center here is sort of falling apart with the cut here. And
This
again,
might work,
yeah.
but then the
Yeah.
rest.
And then white
dies.
always has to be careful of this situation here, which is very, like any move around here is going to be forcing, so the white territory is not guaranteed anymore.
Sure.
So it doesn't look like it's very good for white. So instead, white just connected. So now white is feeling fairly safe with these stones. Still, if black plays a move here or a move here, this will seriously deteriorate white's eyes if this... it looks like this stone can escape, actually. Although it might take a bit more preparation. Looks like in some cases black can aim at this weak point.
Okay.
I was just looking at now, and it looks like maybe it doesn't work yet, so it takes some preparation, I think. But then there's also this move. Even if black just plays here, it doesn't look like it's going to be a living shape. So locally, it's not living, but of course white's out in the center now. So for the time being, that white group is safe.
Right. And now this looks like a pretty great extension here for black.
Well, for black, it is black's move at this moment. So as far as big points is concerned, that's big. Yeah, that's a big kakari.
Right.
Black also can consider adding some stones to this group because black has a lot of moves that can be forcing, like for instance something like this would be a forcing move that black can play if black wants to reinforce, or this way, and spreading out like this would move black a little bit out into the center, and assuming white plays here, it would also get rid of most of the bad aji in this area.
So it seems very difficult for white to think about that counteroffensive against that group.
Yeah, it looks like black has some eye space here now, and also, of course, the connection underneath is always there.
Right.
So this group, black group is not really as weak as you might wish. There's also the fact that when in an emergency or in a dangerous position, black can always play this move still.
Oh, yeah.
And when black does that, there's a cutting point here that white has to worry about. And so if white just played that, that would be a
Leaves
Sente
one
eye for
eye,
black.
right.
So there's an extra eye there. So white doesn't really want to play like this when white's trying to kill the black group.
Sure.
But if white plays here, then this is going to be a ko. And of course, this ko, when black wins it, it trashes the whole territory here.
Big
So,
risk
yeah,
for
so
white.
it's a big risk for white. Usually in an endgame situation, when black plays here, you would expect white to play here and be thankful to get this territory, actually.
Right, to have secured it
but
completely.
that just means that black has an extra eye now.
So that seems to be like 3 separate ways for black to manage that group.
And black did not play this exchange,
Any
so
of
black just left it.
Simply
And
approached
locally, white can capture, for instance, a black stone like this. Well, I said capture. I just mean that black was not going to bother to run away with it.
isolated at
But
least
it doesn't really have much effect on this side.
on the group as a whole. Right.
So the upper left corner is pretty important right now.
Yeah, if these are totally
Those are
done,
dead.
is this
Yeah.
pretty lonely?
It's pretty lonely. Like again, a purely defensive move, which I sort of think maybe Krache is not going to do, would be to play here, and then the Kosumi. And again, while you see the knights move here quite a lot in professional strong games, this leaves the weak point at the 3-3 point. And so when there are so many black stones in the area, it's probably not a good idea.
I see.
So it's better for white to play here, in which case white can locally kill this 3-3 point. Like if black plays the attachment here, not that
Outside?
way, not
Gotta
that
be
way,
on the
yes, that
inside.
way, and then crawling will work to kill that black group.
I see.
Black extends. Now in an extreme case, black can play this this move first, and this is really an extreme case, and then try to make some kind of a squeeze from the outside with this kind of thing. Or if white refuses to allow the cut, this is something you see when black is way behind, or black has a ton of ko threats. Because if white if white cuts naturally, it's going to be a ko.
Right.
If white extends, then black is going to play something like this to make some space in the corner, and it's still a ko. If white covers, then black's going to sort of hang by his fingernails with this ko.
To make another ko.
And it's not a direct ko yet, but it is impossible for white to kill it outright too.
Right.
So I'm showing my secret moves here, but this is very unlikely.
Sure.
But also, it's a bit painful for white to be playing this move to get such a small territory. And so he did do that, actually.
Right.
And so, for instance, this move, although I was saying it leaves some weakness in the corner, if white gets the opportunity to play once more here, this would be this would be solid now, and this
Right.
would be the ideal territory. And now we see for the first time,
The very first time.
the very first time we see AlphaGo slide in. But this is a special
This
position.
is hardly the opening.
In a middle game position, any player will play moves that player does not normally play.
Sure.
Because middle game positions call for special moves. So I'm not really counting this move as AlphaGo playing that sliding move, because it's a special position.
We've advanced so far that it isn't the same as if it had been in the first 20 moves. This is far too long. This is
Yeah.
very
And
viable.
it's very natural for black to be trying to attack white a little bit. Of course, the alternative move would be to jump into the 3-3 point. This would be better at taking white's eyes away. White would probably come back here. And then black would have to choose between the crawling move and the hane.
Right. Is any move around here, or does he have any Sente moves to maybe activate these 4 stones?
There are Sente moves that threaten to save these stones, but in any case, these 2 stones are also keystones.
Oh.
So when white escapes, white would like to be able to counterattack against these black stones.
But
so,
they're
but however close white comes, this move is just not going to work.
It's gonna be
it's
way too
too
slow.
immediately dead.
Right.
So something like this is, if white invests a move to make it possible, it's probably not good. If it sort of happens naturally in the flow of events, then it would be okay.
I see.
To make this exchange and reduce black's territory a bit. But it's not really threatening black, because black can immediately take the keystones here, the vital stones. So this would be more aggressive, but it would have a bad effect on the upper side. Like black can easily live with this sequence here, but white gets to develop into the upper side. Yeah, white connects. That's alive. Yeah, very good.
Right.
And white can play here. And so now we can see that white is sort of trading off to the upper side. And so it's maybe not that effective an attack.
I see.
So AlphaGo is playing the softer approach with this slide. And white answered in the corner, and black jumped. And now, if black had jumped immediately, then that would be threatening to be going a very strong offensive with the 3-3 point. But it would allow white to jump there.
To jump here directly.
Jump there and make a very nice territory. This is making a very good territory for white. So the idea is that black slides once, and if white answers here now that's a bit smaller.
A little smaller.
That's
right.
smaller. But also, white peeped once. This is going to probably be a connection. Let's just assume the connection. If white does not play this move, then curling here will be a strong offensive against the corner. Like white has, if white covers, then black can peep. And now this is a tessuji that people teach weaker players.
Oh yeah.
And it's one of the most dangerous tessuji in the world, because sometimes it doesn't work, and when it doesn't work, it's a complete disaster.
Catastrophically.
Because this is the tessuji to win the semi in the corner. And it's really neat when it does work, because this is using the special
property
of the corner.
Black can't play Atari.
But sometimes black can come through this way and capture the stones on top.
Right, and even if
yeah,
it's too slow.
that would be terrible.
Right.
And the whole corner would die. And so in some cases it doesn't work. And so with any black stone in the area here, usually it doesn't work.
Right.
So you have to be careful in using this tessuji. And so the fact that the peep here, for instance, if white has to answer it on this side, that would just mean that black could get away from this side.
Connect out to these.
And the whole group would be dead anyway.
Right.
So it means that the crawling move here is very strong. And so white did cover.
Right.
Okay, so black is playing a forcing move. Now this is really interesting because it's a position where Master played this attachment from the 4th line before in one of the 60 games.
Oh.
And this is a position where this is also a tessuji, but what you most often see is you see this tessuji, in which black plays an attachment on the 2nd line and then forces from the 4th line.
And now I have a
Yeah,
problem.
well, the good shape move would be to connect.
Just connect. Right.
There's other moves that white can do, but just for argument's sake. And so the idea is that black is playing, getting an extra stone on the top here to slow white down when white tries to get into the black territory here.
Sure.
But actually white can push against here and take sente, which is what white might do in this, and just leave it. And white doesn't have to follow up to have a safe shape there.
And so then I guess the idea is that AlphaGo would want to not have made this exchange in the first place.
Yes. And so when this move goes bad, it's when white can push against it here and switch to the top with this kind of hane. But in this case, it's probably, well, black would just extend here.
Right. Take the territory in this.
And taking the territory, but also taking white's eyes, because next if black plays here,
I have a problem.
well, you know, that move would lose the eye in the center.
Right.
This move would be really awkward because the corner is not an eye
There's
yet.
no eye there either.
And it doesn't look like white has 2 eyes. So this would be a kind of a very fatal move against white. And so white would be forced on the defensive, and black would still have the option of capturing these stones at any point.
Certainly.
And so it would be gaining a lot of territory. And so doing the lower move afterwards is sort of, it's a bit unusual, but sometimes I think it works very well.
I see.
For instance, if white has to pull back, then it has worked. And actually this exchange here that is starting from the 2nd line, this exchange of 1 stone each is usually bad for black. And so
again, better not to have played it
have
first.
And usually it's played anyway by professional players because the local loss is small enough to justify the gain.
I see.
The gain is large enough to justify the local loss, that is.
Right.
Yes. But it's even better if black can get it this way.
Got it.
Yeah.
So is the expectation then that it'll be difficult for Koje to try and resist on the outside?
Well, I don't know what Koje is going to do. White would like to be able to take sente here.
Somehow.
Yeah, so there's various ways, like white could play something like this, which is going to be a kind of a gambit, and losing some points, like if black cuts or if black could just even cut, and white could play a local loss here to fix the shape with sente.
Ah,
And this is losing a lot of points locally, but it gives white the opportunity to jump in on the upper side here, which is really starting to look big now.
right. If black gets the initiative to play there, it'll look like a large territory.
Or white could leave it. You always have to consider what happens when white leaves this position. And in this case, black would play the hane on the third line and capture that one stone. And white would cut once. And black would take the stone. White would be able to live in the corner. So that would be a territorial loss with a small potential gain in the center here.
Sure.
It looks a bit painful. Yeah.
Ca-
So yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe here, and take some loss on the side, maybe, like in this variation I was showing.
Is it possible that after this, that white could think of turning these 3 stones into a target
Well, black
by
will
finding some
continue
way?
by covering here, and white's
finding some way to
sort
move
of
out.
obliged to play here.
Oh,
And
so
black
now
would
these
have
are very.
the initiative to play on this side.
I see. So unable to get a tempo.
It's a bit
to
difficult
attack
for
it
white to take sente, but like I was saying, there are ways to take sente with local loss, a small local loss. So that might be the thing he's thinking about right now, just whether just to leave it or to play something like this, which gives black profit but loses some points.
I see.
I mean, gives back profit but takes sente in return. Yes.
Doesn't look to be too cheerful over there. Certainly,
Yes.
it doesn't match the levity of the Team Go game that we had yesterday.
Oh yes, that looked like they were having a great
They
time.
were having a great time.
Well, the fact that they weren't having a fight with each other,
Right.
which sometimes does happen in Team Go, I think. It was a good sign, and they were really very smiley and enjoying the whole thing.
Sure. Kujie also, as the main event and not the exhibition, doesn't have quite the advantage of that relaxed atmosphere.
Yeah, he's
sure.
maybe a bit more nervous.
Right. Do you have any guess where the game might have turned a little sideways for him here? Any white moves that may have been questionable?
Yes, there was this peep here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going back far away. Wow, that black's playing very conservative.
Uh-oh.
Like I just didn't understand this white move.
Oh.
I thought I just couldn't understand it. And I was wondering what he was trying to do if black plays on the outside. It looks like white's taking a huge liability here
Sure.
towards the upper side where white has no chance of winning the fight. So black would usually just strongly play a hane back and punish this move.
Sure.
What black is doing is black is saying, no, I'm just going to follow orders and answer that move.
Oh, dear.
Please don't fight with me. And that's a very peaceful move.
Right.
It means that AlphaGo maybe thinks it's already winning.
When we see those sorts of moves, we are
It's a
starting
kind of
to take the
a
conclusion.
signal, yeah.
Right. An announcement.
An
I believe
announcement.
Stephanie said
Stephanie
yesterday.
used the word
This
announcement.
is a
That's
great
really,
term.
And you see this territory here it's just the 7 stones alone. We count that as 14 points.
Right.
So there's some empty places here.
17-ish.
It's, well, just in
20.
the immediate area 17. And then there's extra territory here.
Right.
It's going to be at least 20 points.
Sure.
And so black already has 30 points and plus the upper side.
Right.
White has this territory here and small territories, or they're not really territories, but there's this and this are small territories. And some territory that is not resolved here. So still, like, it's just looking at the numbers, it's not that bad for white. But where the upper side is going to be very important. So
Right.
for the time being, at least, it looks like black has a lot more potential.
It looks really hard for the
Yeah.
white to turn the upper side into any sort of territory.
So again, we see white is trying to take sente. Like, white is hoping that black would play here. And before I say that, black has not played there, but
Right.
white plays the cut here. Just because if white doesn't do anything, then the hane here capturing this stone is a really big move, which would be sente for black. So white is trying to forestall that without losing the tempo. So this would be a good way to play sente moves to do that. and also have a cutting stone here, which is, it's not likely to be saved, but it does create some irritation value, like afterwards when there's white stones in the vicinity, there will be a realistic possibility. Yeah. Let's move this over one, yeah,
Okay.
just to make it look better. Okay, so that was the idea, but AlphaGo countered with this move. White again protected on the left. Again, the object of White's play is to secure this territory with Sente. So White just couldn't afford to allow Black to play this.
Sure.
So that's the meaning of White's play.
Oh.
And AlphaGo, yes,
So didn't
AlphaGo
get
doesn't
Sente.
really have to answer that.
Right.
And so, although Black answered very submissively here,
Uh-huh.
there is the side effect that it reduces the value of this move. Like, it's not as if this White gained 100% of this move. It was
Sure.
very submissive of Black to play this way compared to an aggressive move like this.
Right.
But the fact that Black has completely finished these stones off means that when White comes in the vicinity,
I could just
Black is just going to play away.
just ignore it again.
And without this exchange, of course, there would be the connection here
Right.
to worry about. So that would be a large move as far as territory is concerned. Although Black can capture, that would be forcing for White.
Right.
So this exchange, when White plays here, this exchange becomes bad.
I see.
So locally, connecting here is a huge move, locally. But since this area is completely resolved now, it just becomes an endgame move.
So this isn't passive so much as it's
It looked
possessive,
really
but
passive when it was played.
but in conjonction with this one, it lets Black
It turns out
really
it's
have
not so
no
bad.
worries.
Yeah, it's
right.
not so bad.
Turns out fine.
So in a way, I guess it is maybe it is that AlphaGo is saying that this exchange is a bad exchange for White.
It does seem to have an uncanny knack of taking its moves that are hard to understand at first glance and turning them into
Yeah,
ones
after
that
a bit,
seem
yeah.
obvious
now,
with a few more stones.
It
on
looks
the board.
like White still has some potential to jump into the upper side, but like when White does it now, that White group will be completely on the defensive.
Severe attack.
And so like at this point, the normal move maybe would be to play something in the corner. Like this would be the safe move. This would be leaving a ko, because Black could play the hane here. And this would be a ko position in which Black would play an Atari here. And the players would fight this ko. And eventually if White connects, then Black would be able to play here. And still it would be fighting this ko.
Right.
And if Black can win the ko, Black will capture these two stones. So
Sure.
this is a bit adventurous. You might see White playing this move. Or you might see if normally White would play here to take away the corner territory. This is a big territorial move, and it has the added value that if White jumps in here next, now Black has to worry about this group.
I see.
So this move would probably be a trade with something to reinforce the upper side. Like it could be something like this, or it could be something a bit more towards the center.
I see.
Or maybe if White doesn't like that, White would play something towards the upper side, maybe here or something like this. Oh, that deep. Now that's a deep invasion. Now he's daring AlphaGo to
Very
kill that.
courageous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would be afraid of just dying if I played that way.
Right.
Like what happens if Black plays on top? Of course, Krejci also has very good reading ability.
Certainly.
This kind of thing could happen. Let's have White playing here.
Certainly
and
looks like the most eye-rich. shape
Eye-rich
there.
move. Like if White can get this solid connection in Sente, this one, threatening to move out somehow, then White can get a living shape. So there's some potential there. I'm just making it easy for White, but in the variations where Black is more aggressive, it becomes extremely complicated.
I see.
Oh, so we've got the first move here.
AlphaGo has only used not quite 40 minutes yet of a 3-hour allotment. And
It doesn't
Krejci-
look like AlphaGo is going to run out of time, does it?
It doesn't.
No.
Not this time either, I'm afraid. Yeah. Whereas Koji should have plenty of time, at least, to find a way out for these stones.
Well, he has more than an hour. Since the fight is sort of confined to the upper side, like everything else is gradually settling down. This White group is not 100% alive, but since it's out in the center, and Black does not have the best shape here, I wouldn't really be worried about this White group for the time being, at least. for a long period. And this black group is fairly strong, as I was saying. It does
Right.
have the connection underneath.
The connection,
And
extra eyes.
of course, this is thickness, and so the corner is alive. This black group, so it's just in the upper side where there's a lot of uncertainty. And so it's a local fight, which a player like Kweche should be able to read out.
Certainly. It seems like this is certainly not the first amateur instinct. We would, of course, want to answer that attachment.
Well, the idea is, I think, like something like this, and something, even if black plays here, something like this looks like it's not going to have enough room, maybe with this kind of thing. This is already very complicated. So, you know, I'm not 100% sure of myself. But this move locally, if we assume a black move like this, then it does have a very satisfying hane there. And white can play the hanging connection. And then push here. Or play the kosumi maybe. And you can see there's now this weakness of black here is coming into play. So black actually needs another move here or here to protect against that. And white can start to get some fairly good shape. So this looks like it's going to be okay for white. And so that's why white, and that's why black
forestalls that whole thing.
So that forestalls that. And now white has the option to move to the right side. Like white still has something that looks like it could be a forcing move here. But the question is, does white want to use this possibility up? Excuse me. Again, there was a similar case, I think, in the Team Go against AlphaGo, where the Team Go players chose not to use the forcing move immediately. That was in the lower part of the board, but left it for later, which gave them a lot more flexibility in the center of the board.
I don't recall if they ever ended up being able to use it.
AlphaGo protected against it before they actually tried to use it.
But
So
presumably they had gained some benefit from the
they gained
flexibility
the
they had
tempo
prior.
eventually.
Right.
So it's a case where sometimes white wants to force here, but it takes a lot of reading in this actual position to judge whether you want to. But already this stone alone is making a bit of a difference when white played this way. Okay, and so let's say black plays here, and then plays here, and white plays a hane underneath. And if black covers, then white cuts here. I'm going to show you a variation in which this stone is coming into play. You already see it coming, right?
I sure do.
And white cuts.
Right.
And black escapes, and so we have a kind of a squeeze play here, in which case this stone has made it possible for white to capture the black stones.
Let's see. Black, white.
Right.
Black and white. Either one, I guess, at that point.
Yeah, either one.
We'll never see it.
And so that's the idea here. There is a difference there. So this is a really sharp move. Of course, you have to have the whole sequence read out when you do it, because if we assume that this is going to be a failure for white, this would be a horrible move, because the territorial difference between white being able to capture this stone and black being connected, if white loses this group, which could happen,
this would be charity.
It would be a very bad exchange.
Right.
So white is pretty sure that this is not going to work. So at some point, black has to back up, like black might play here now or here. This would be a very normal move. This would be a natural move. So then white would turn around here. And so an area that appeared to be black's territory, we're wondering if it's going to turn into a white territory, actually. So black comes here. This is sort of just the fact that this didn't work. Actually, this is a vital point. You might have noticed that that was a point where I played a white stone in the act of capturing those.
Yeah.
This was the key point here. And so if we have the same position on this side, when the black stone is here, it's a lot more difficult for white to kill those stones. Because when white plays an Atari from above, we have this double Atari weight here, and the potential connection to the side. So this is, although it looks a bit weak in shape, you might say, it's a bit slack in that it's not closing in on these stones. it's necessary for black to play here to keep those stones alive.
Can white aim at the attachment underneath?
Attachment is a move that is possible. Black will cover on the left. White would probably, instead of, if white pulls back here, then black would then be able to play a connection on the top. And white plays an Atari here. And again, it's a question of, is there room for white to move out here? Because this doesn't really look like it's a live shape. But maybe it's going to work. Something like this. And so maybe white has potential to live. This would be one way to do it. Otherwise, white might just play one attachment there and look at the cut here instead.
Directly.
Well, not directly, I don't think, but after playing the Atari here and pushing maybe. And naturally, if white plays this exchange, it's much more difficult to fight in the center. But without this exchange, there's always the possibility of this cut next.
I see.
Well, I'm glad you see. I don't really understand this completely, even as I say it. But if white can make a life, this is probably better. But if white's not sure about that, white will try to make use of this cutting point here.
Sure. It seemed like a tough hill to climb here, that even if white lives with 3 or 4 points of territory, it seems that even that might not be enough to make up for the solid territory that black has so far.
Well, my snap judgment is that it could be a close game, but I'd have to see the end result there of this interaction, the whole thing.
Right.
And then I would be able to make a count, I hope.
Okay.
But yeah, I would have to make a count at that point.
I see.
And we can actually see
He's taken off his glasses.
he took his glasses off and he's sort of holding his head. It doesn't look very promising. But it's a very difficult position. And we can see that black is going after the white stones on the left, because those 2 white stones are now probably going to be killed. And so in a way that is punishing the move that white played. This exchange is going to lose territory. Oh, wow.
Whoa.
Now this is, definitely white is not trying to make a life in this case.
Sure.
White is trying to counterattack and maybe make a squeeze.
Sacrifice these 3 stones for some.
Maybe sacrifice the 3 stones. So after cutting here, white can cut in the center, or if white crawls, then it's a more ambiguous position.
Okay.
Yeah. Because when white crawls, if black goes after white's eye shape, then maybe white can do, maybe not this one yet, but maybe white can do something like this and start to move out into this side. So if black answers in the center, then there's a question of how should black do that. And then again, we see some potential for white to make, if not a living shape, at least, well, actually, I think I could make a living shape out of this. White cuts here maybe now, or actually just plays here first. It would be the same thing. And then actually, once I look at it, this is a forcing move that white can threaten to cut here and then cut here.
And threatens.
So black would answer that.
Yeah.
And then white can make a living shape.
I would wonder, though, if all of this thickness in the center wouldn't now make this a viable target for AlphaGo again.
Well, with the Hane here, it's not going to kill the white group, but eventually it's going to force white to try to make a living shape.
To go back and make some. Okay.
But white did not do that. We can see that Kwache is sort of heading to the variation where he's going to throw sacrifice.
Okay.
That group, I think. So,
We'll have our
like after cutting here and crawling, white would still have some potential to live. But I'm sort of getting the idea that white is thinking of doing something on this side and trying to move out with these stones while sacrificing these stones.
I see.
It's a very complicated, I don't really understand completely what Kwache is trying to do. Yes.
It looks similar to many positions that I've had where I have died completely. So I'm hoping that doesn't happen here.
It doesn't usually happen to a person like Kwache.
Sure.
And the way he's playing is that he does seem to be trying to sacrifice these 3 stones, which means that he can concentrate on escaping with the other stones.
I see.
And so he can use all its resources in that direction. Usually when someone completely messes up and everything dies, it's because that person is being too greedy. And so when you're just trying to escape with half of the stones in the area, there's more potential for it to work. But we see black playing the strongest move. If black plays something like this, then white does have more potential to go after those 3 black stones. And this could cause trouble because it looks like white has a weakness here when black cuts, but the cut actually doesn't work.
Actually,
go ahead.
Squeeze
Wow,
on the other side.
you're in good form today. Yeah,
Good night's sleep.
go ahead and take
Oh,
it. Yeah.
more?
And we can see it's forming into a ladder.
Right.
So all these random white stones that seem to be meaningless are actually coming into play here.
Ladder.
Or at least this one anyway. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So that's good for white. That would cause AlphaGo to lose.
Be the end of the
It'd
game.
be nice if we could force it to play moves like that every so often. So with this move, of course, that changes that. So if we say white plays here, and then plays here, and then plays this, now this is going to be a double Atari, so it's not going to be quite the same story.
Certainly.
Although white could do this anyway.
I wonder if the fact that AlphaGo is playing the most severe move here is an indication of its acknowledgement that this is a very severe fight, that it
It's an
doesn't
important fight. It's a fight that black cannot really
back down
afford to back up from. But it looks like white might have something with this fight also. It looks like white has some potential.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's very exciting then. So we'll see if there might be some resolution to this that doesn't end in
Yes,
end the game.
this is the strongest move, but because white does have some stones here, it's not completely safe. Like, let's just do another variation of that. Like,
Sure.
for the time being, there's a cutting point here, which is a problem for white, but because of the 2 stones being relatively weak there, maybe this cutting point is going to disappear as they have that interaction there. So when white pushes here, that means that these 2 stones are in a bit of danger, and that if black covers, then white can just cut. And this is forcing so white can capture the stones. If black extends, white can still push through here. And because of this line of white stones, at some point black has to cover here. But that means that, again, these 3 stones are in danger.
Right.
So white has this weakness to aim at in the center here.
So can he just take that sequence directly, or is there a...
That's a good question. Black would probably change direction at some point. Yeah. So we can still expect some kind of a trade, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
This would be black pivoting smoothly to
And
declare
in
that
this
this
case,
is
yeah,
acceptable
because
for him
these
to
2
drop.
stones do have a bit of a weakness, I have the feeling that black's going to capture these 3 stones and get some territory.
And is there any way white could protect that weakness in some sort of...
Well, that would be a trade with something like this.
I see.
Yeah.
And then this whole top would become
would be-
black's
well,
territory.
That's probably sort of a part of the plan, but white would actually like to be a bit more aggressive and try to use this kind of thing.
To cut these off.
And now it's a double Atari, but if black goes ahead and takes the 1 stone, white can still get a squeeze from above.
I
So
see.
this isn't, although black can escape to the side here, this isn't a complete disaster for white. Like, white can take the 2 stones with Sente, for instance. And so it's, white has pushed black down to the second line in this case.
I see.
Whereas the jump here, you see,
Doesn't really
it's
have any
similar,
effect.
but maybe not as good as the variation I was just showing.
I see. But there's no hope that white can somehow protect that cutting stone and turn it into an attack on these 5 stones.
Well, yeah, white really needs 2 moves to save these 2 stones and the break into the side. It's something that you sometimes see brilliant players do.
Yeah, the hey, look over there to
Yeah,
Suji.
well,
also doesn't work on AlphaGo.
if white wanted to do that, it would take something like this move and a move like this, like this.
Oh,
But it looks like it's a bit too dangerous for white.
I would have to risk everything, I suppose.
Oh, well, yeah, you would be losing everything.
That's a common feeling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Frequent
yeah, there's
occurrence.
some danger for black on the other side, but I just don't like this variation for white.
I
Just
see.
it's too much in the center. So it looks a bit difficult for white to disrupt the whole side. So I'm sort of expecting this variation. It's interesting that Koche has stopped at this point. He's thinking again. Usually, it's a bad sign when a player stops midstream like this, because when he plays moves like this cut and this cut,
We assume that
you
there's a
would
path.
assume that he has a plan
He's intended to
and
walk
he's
down.
read the whole thing out. And so he has he should have a ready answer to what black has just done.
Sure.
And the flow of play seems to indicate that he's planning to escape out into the center. And it looks to me like it, as far as these stones escaping into the center, it looks like it's working.
Right.
So there is a question in my mind as to why has he stopped now? Like he has a whole hour, or now it's almost an hour. There were, like at this point, there's very few variations compared to what there were about 10 moves ago.
Well, with the camera on Dr. Huang, I think it is possible also he may have just gotten up to stretch his legs at this pivotal moment.
Could be, yes.
Just speculation on my part.
Because we're not seeing where KJ is, yes. And again, Mr. Huang is looking very calm and detached.
The embodiment of AlphaGo himself.
Yes, yes.
That's right.
He is a strong Go player. And so he does have the wish to think about the moves.
Yes.
But I think he's restraining himself because I think most players in a game like this would be experiencing some anxiety, and you would see some body action and facial expression usually. Probably if he was playing a game for himself, you would be seeing that.
Right.
But he's trying to be just the instrument that plays the moves for AlphaGo, I think.
Just a mouthpiece for
Yes.
AlphaGo. That's right. I think we saw that difficulty in PairGo with the other operators having.
Oh yes, there were two other operators playing for the team Go match actually too. Yes.
Very
Oh
challenging.
no, I'm sorry. It was the pair Go
PairGo,
match.
yeah,
Yes.
yeah. Certainly Dr. Huang sets a high bar there. But of course, I believe that he has developed AlphaGo and certainly was one of the lead AI programmers with his previous version prior to his joining DeepMind. And I believe the motivation was because he is a strong Go player. He wanted to find a way to improve, building additional tools that could help him study the game. And it's rather remarkable that it's led him to this point, being quite successful. He was apparently European 5 Dan before AlphaGo,
Yeah.
and
he
I
moved up,
imagine
didn't he?
I've heard he's gotten substantially stronger, but hasn't had the time to.
Well, the rumor
play in
is that
rating
when he
tournaments.
does play on the internet, he has moved up a bit. Yeah. So I think he's
That's
moved
what I
up
heard.
one rank,
Yeah,
and which is very difficult at that level.
at
yeah.
5 Dan,
Yeah,
yes,
yeah,
it's a very, very difficult thing. Yep, and indeed we see that Koje is.
Koje was just not
gotten
there,
up from
so
the board.
that would explain that. And so yeah, I do have a few stones which were my idea, which are not on the board.
Right.
So we'll just take them off.
And again, with an hour on the clock, of course, it's perfectly normal for Koje to use this time to stretch his legs, use the facilities, whatever he needs to do.
Yes.
Especially as you say, this is about to be a fairly straightforward.
This is the final complicated fight of the game.
And we assume that he has a plan, so perhaps prior to
At this point, I'd be surprised if he didn't.
if he didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course, in the Lee Sedol games, we were seeing Lee Sedol leave the board to have a cigarette.
Right.
Quite often.
Right,
Yes.
right.
And so that was actually something that came up in the DeepMind movie about AlphaGo.
That's right, the documentary.
Yeah, the documentary, which Lee Sedol was having a cigarette when AlphaGo played that famous move.
That brilliant shoulder
Yes,
hit. Came back with a little bit of shock
Yeah,
on
yes,
his
right,
face.
exactly.
I don't think AlphaGo will have surprised him as much with the Hane.
Well, yeah, that's a natural move.
Right. Of course, we hope that movie will be available for wider distribution soon, having just made its debut here
Yes.
at some film festivals. You know, I heard also yesterday in the Team Go match with the 5 9 Dans matching up against AlphaGo that they all tried to not have any water or any tea as a sign of respect for Dr. Huang, who is just as immovable.
Right.
Right.
Well, he doesn't want to leave the room, so I can understand how he would not be taking refreshments.
Certainly.
Yeah.
Certainly. So I believe earlier I asked you about some possible questionable moves that Coach A has made, and you identified this peep
The peep here.
as possibly a slow point.
We could just take a quick look at the local position, just ignoring the rest of the board. It was like this, and black had just played the Sagari, the extension down, and without this here. And these white stones here were rather weak, and so a natural move would be to play some move towards the center here, and none of these stones were on the board at that time. But instead, white tried to force black to answer here. It seems that white was trying to force black to answer here, but it was after this move, it seems to be a bit expecting too much, because black could answer with the 3-3 and eventually white had to play here. And well, if white had played, that's actually a good move locally, but then black would be able to capture the stone while making the connection. And so what white did was white connected and then played the hane. But the fact that white had, and then black covered there.
Right.
And so then later white played this move, so to move out in the center. But the point is that the threat to cut black off here has become pointless, because instead of answering it, black could take away the corner territory, which was a very large move. It was something like a 20-point move.
This makes a lot of profit for
black.
black.
Of profit for black.
And this doesn't do anything at all.
If you look at the other side of the peep, this black group, it's captured this huge white, well, it's a big white group.
Right.
It's a lot of territory. So black did not have to answer the peep here, and it became a wasted move.
Right.
And I don't think Krache got enough momentum out of the interchange there, the exchange there, to make up for the fact that black did not have to answer that.
Sure.
Black was getting profit on this side. Eventually, black got profit on this side. And the meanwhile, white was just running out in the center.
And standing on its own, this move isn't enough to solidify the group.
The way white continued, it did help white fix his shape. But if white had played this move in some other point like this would be also a standard shape that would be good enough. And so white actually was giving up a lot to move this group out into the center. So we're waiting for AlphaGo to play this move. Yes, it's a pretty forced exchange here.
Right. I wouldn't want to bet against any of the moves in the sequence so far.
Yes. And so white will probably continue with this Atari.
After straightening his glasses, of course. I guess the question for us will be what comes after. Can black switch?
White will definitely,
perhaps?
black will definitely extend at least once, and then after that, there's more potential for variations. Like when white pushes here, assuming white pushes here, this is a point where black could just decide to simplify things, like to play some kind of move, like, well, for instance, like this, to squeeze. Yes, and squeeze and just take the territory here. And this would be giving something up in the center. White would be able to capture these two stones. But AlphaGo is very good at making the calculation in positions like this and maybe deciding that this territory on the upper side is big enough.
Sure.
So this is one thing that could happen. The move that I was suggesting was for black to play here, and this would also sort of try to save these two stones for the time being. So it would be the most natural move in the fight in the center. As I was saying, this just doesn't work, and it's pretty difficult for black to cut white off here, because yes, white keeps on pushing through.
Excuse me.
Yeah, and
at
yeah,
some point.
it's not going to work for black.
Right.
So coming here in this case, if white runs out and black extends, then it's a bit different because black can push through here. And so this is a bit more dangerous for white. It's a completely different variation.
Right.
Where there's danger for both sides on all sides. So it's more exciting, but I don't think it's a good idea for white yet.
Right. Oh, and conversely, it doesn't seem like a good idea for black to allow it if there are other more peaceful options available.
So so at this point, it's right now. Covering here was not working, and trying to cut white off does not work. So it's a point where black can play once here, and we might say maybe white's going to answer that. In which case, then black would play on the upper side, or maybe just play on the upper side, which simplifies things.
Right.
To squeeze here, to take the upper side territory, and just give white something in the center, which would be sort of typical of AlphaGo when it thinks it's ahead. So this is a similar move.
Similar.
It leaves a little bit of potential there for white, but it's not giving as much away on this side. So I guess it's quite similar to what I was suggesting.
All right. And I suppose that as the game becomes simpler, it will become easier for us to assess the balance of territories.
It should be.
As well.
Well, I'm expecting white to capture the two stones in the center here. And then, oh no, he played that one first. So black will be able to cut there. Oh, of course, we have to wait for AlphaGo to play the move for a bit.
Yep. Requisite waiting period. It's a cooling off period in this way. It doesn't play any hasty moves.
That's good.
Not having any.
It's important to do that. Yes.
Right. Not having an appreciation for haste.
Yes.
But Koji himself seemed a little emotional, maybe. His hands seemed a little unsteady.
Oh, really? Well, it's not that. It looks like it's a good move. Like white can continue with the connection here.
Oh.
And it is a bit awkward for black to choose how to answer. Because there's a bit of bad Aji there.
Right. Perhaps an obvious premonition for you, being able to play it quite before we saw it on the board.
Yes. For instance, if black is greedy and plays here, it looks like it's very dangerous for black because white can squeeze with these moves and get the hane too. And then crawl, and this looks like it could make trouble in the center. And so we would have a ko here, because black would cut and white would play the ko. So this would be an overplay by black. So black instead plays on this side, and that means that when white plays the Atari here, black will not be able to connect, but will just play the squeeze from underneath. So
and
that's a potential endgame move that white has. It's worth about 6 points. So although white did not try to save these stones, there's still the option left behind to save them now. So locally, that's a correct sequence. Oh, white played it already. So white's going to play this, and black is going to play underneath.
I see.
And they're going to make this exchange up to this point. After which, Koji was going to probably play away. I would be very surprised if he saved those 3 stones to the final move. But he can play this up to this point with Sente.
I see. And that is Sente because if black were to ignore it at any point, there would be
then white would play here and push through here. And that would leave some potential for white on the upper side, like there would be trouble if white plays here.
And then presumably also some trouble here on this side.
Like on the upper side, we have an interesting position in which it looks like it's not good for white, but there's this tricky move here that starts a ko.
Definitely.
Or threatened. Well, if black connects here, then white can play a ko here. If black plays on this side, there's a ko here.
White throws in to make a ko.
And instead, this move actually does not work because black plays from this side, and white cannot push in. And when
so this becomes the vital point.
Yeah, and then black can just play Atari and Atari to capture.
I see.
So this is the vital move here. So actually, it's the vital point for black too. I'm just playing right now. So black would start here too if black could, but then there would be a lot of bad odds. You
And
wouldn't
this
want white
has
full
those
yeah.
cascade of effects over there.
Yeah. Something happened just now with a lot of stones. I don't know what it was.
Hard to
But
say.
I think black has just played the Atari here,
Mm-hmm.
and I would expect white to be playing elsewhere at this point.
I did see that Atari get played.
Yes, this is the shape.
Mm-hmm.
So now it's white's turn. White could play something in the center.
Presumably, he owes a move here to clean things up.
White can finish up. It's a big move. It's worthwhile to capture. White has a number of ways to do it. Playing this way would give white some potential to squeeze again
I see.
using this stone later.
Well, it seems like he has an interesting path forward. And this is his opportunity to sort of choose what new area of the board
Yes.
to make the focus,
Okay,
which
white
seems
plays-
like a good opportunity for, I see our friends here off
Yes.
stage, ready to join us. Hajin, Stephanie, would you please join us on stage? Thank you so
Yeah.
much.
And I was so busy dealing with all the variations that I haven't actually made a calculation yet.
Right, so that might be
I'm sure Hajin will be able
a
to do
great time to come in now that
Yeah.
the board has
She
been
did a
simplified.
great variation calculation of the score last time. So
Right,
I'm,
while keeping
I'm
an
counting on her.
excellent
Yes.
running commentary as well.
Yeah.
All right,
Okay.
So thank
take
you.
it away.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Yes. So when black answered here, white's capturing these two stones would have been a good place to go. But white played here first to create some variation because it seemed like just getting this area wouldn't have been enough for white.
For white, yes.
Mm.
Extended.
Yes,
And
and then
connect.
white connected. And this is sente.
Sente move.
Right. Can you show us what happens if black doesn't answer?
Yes, sure. I'm thinking about this move.
Yes.
Um,
And then black will need to connect this one.
And then I will be able to cut the rest of the group.
That's right, yes. Once this is cut off, black cannot save this one.
Right.
So black
Black
connected. And in this black group, although it doesn't seem to have like immediate two eyes, this is actually quite safe because there is a connection over here. And also there is a potential one eye, and also these two eye shapes.
Right. It's pretty much safe already.
Right, right. It will be very difficult to do anything with this group.
I see. I think the game most likely to the end game already.
Yes, it seems so. So as an end game, like finalizing this center would be a good place, and also this corner is still open.
Looks very big, the corner.
Right, yes. White could also try to get some more forcing moves around here just to make this area stronger.
I
Right,
see.
like this one. It should be center, right?
Center, right.
So black would connect.
If that stone is cut off, there are a lot of potential in the center for white. Then
That's right, yes. Once this is cut, I wonder if it's possible to do this one. Do
I
you
was
think?
actually thinking about that move too.
Yes,
I'm
it's
not
not
sure.
clear though if that would work because black might come out and push here. What do you think?
I think it might work for
Black?
for white. What about Ataring and push all the way to the bottom?
Oh, that's
Something
a
like
good
that.
point because white doesn't have to save the 3 stones.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So something like
Yes,
this.
that would save all these stones. And also that kind of endangers this black corner.
right.
So that means when white connects, black will probably come back to the side. Yes. So in the actual game, when white picked here, black hunted this one. So later, when white comes here, black might choose to come to the side, and then white has only 2 liberties.
Right. Is there any way for white to capture the 4 stones in the center?
Right, and then just pushing over here wouldn't
It's-
work because that immediately has 3.
Right.
So white will need to do this, and black comes out.
White has to keep reducing the liberties.
That's right. Yes.
Uh-huh.
But after this, when black takes this one, because this creates Atari, it doesn't seem to be working for white. Yes.
Yes. Right.
So maybe white will need something more to make this one work.
I see. So after white peeped here, black exchanged
Yes.
white here.
Right. The
honey.
most certain way to save this group was to connect to this side.
Right.
And also this gives black a few points over here as
Right.
well.
I see.
Yes. Oh,
And
after
then-
that, white took the corner. Arguably the largest place on the board.
I think so. Yes.
And this is a center exchange. When you only look at the white territory over here, blocking is better in terms of points. But if you block here, when black blocks, there's this cutting point.
Right.
So the point of playing here is that when black blocks, there is no cut.
Right. And maybe the blocking move is going to be a gote move.
Right, yes.
I see.
And also when you have this area, you can later possibly get this one in Sente, which could help this one.
Right. And then you probably will increase some liberties.
Right, yes.
I see. Okay. And black.
Black came in here.
Oh.
Yes. So at this point, this cut doesn't work.
Right.
One thing black can do is to just come over here and then cut. Yes. If white tries to save 1 stone, black can connect, and the capturing race wouldn't work for white.
Right. But there's a ko for white, but I think the ko is too big for white, right?
Right. Yes. That's a good point because this Atari is Sente.
Well,
White could push here first, and then
Atari on the
start the
bottom.
ko.
Yeah,
Right.
but I think
yes.
the ko is too big for white.
That's right. And the stake for white is too big. Do you mean right?
Right.
Yes. That's because if white loses the
This
ko,
ko.
instead of just getting this one, black will
Can
be
save all of the
capturing
group.
this one. Yes.
Right. All of the territory is gone.
That's right. Yes. So that means white will probably need to give up this 1 stone and then take this side.
Right. Interesting. So
In the
could-
actual game, yes?
yes. So Koji actually pushed.
Right,
And-
but then black chose this one.
And it's, I think it will, the fight will become a liberty fight or a capture race.
That's right, yes. So since black chose this one, black will be connecting this 1 stone, either this way or by blocking over here.
I see.
They both have good and bad points. This one reduces white's liberty more effectively, but white also has the way to,
Pip
yes, reduce
or black's liberty.
black's liberties like this.
I see.
Or this one actually doesn't seem to work.
For
Yes.
for white.
Yes, locally it seemed to work, but then because there is squeeze possibility for black,
Oh, I see. And
Yes.
then the honey move will work
that's right, yes.
here.
Right, yes. White will have to take this one, and then black can do this.
And then there's a snapback on the top.
Right, yes. So white cannot get this 1 stone, yes, and that one either.
Right. Okay.
Yes. So that means,
That means white has to.
Yes, so that means white needed to just come over here. And since white will have to take back anyway, white didn't exchange this one. But just came over here and
Black connected.
connected. And
And now the pushing move is going to work.
yes, it's going to work because when black comes out, now white can cut here
Right.
instead of coming here, right? With this black stone over here, white couldn't do this because black would come out.
Right. I
But
see.
now this works, so black wouldn't make these exchanges. Yes.
So what do you think about the capture race? My calculation tells me is
Yes.
white will be ahead, one liberty will be one liberty ahead. Let's try it.
Yes. So maybe let's not make these exchanges because they don't add liberty to black side.
I see.
Oftentimes, the best way to start capturing race is to take the first line space, right?
Yeah.
Yes. So black will need to do that, and then white will play here. Black can get this one sente, but after that, white has 1, 2, 3, 4 liberties, and black has 3.
3 liberties. I
Right.
see. Yes.
So this coming over here, it doesn't seem to be adding points, but because eventually white will need to play all these moves to capture the black stones, it's actually reducing white's territory overall. So we often call it squeezing strategy.
Right.
Yes.
I think we
So
better
after
catch up the
yes,
game.
after this exchange, it seems like a black played here.
Sorry, where? Oh, here.
Yeah, after
Oh.
this exchange, yes.
Right. Exchanged here first, and then played here.
Yes. White's natural response would be to connect, and the black can
Push.
exchange this one, yes,
And then block here.
and maybe here
Maybe here. Okay.
would be the natural end game, and then white can do this, and we'll need to leave. Yes. This space, it looks alive, and then usually it would be considered alive with some like liberty outside. But in this case, because all the liberties are filled, there is a way for black to make a situation.
I see. And also after this move, black also have a Tsuji endgame move. Is it Tsuji?
Oh yeah. That, yes.
Instead of pushing here,
Right.
there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 points. If I cut here, black actually can reduce 2 points from white. Then white only has 4.
Right. Yes. So
I
if
see.
white doesn't answer, black can come in, and then it seems to be Seki, which will which will eliminate all the white's territory.
I see.
But if there are bigger plays, this wouldn't be immediate sente for
I see.
black.
Right.
So after this exchange, white connected, and then black didn't play yet.
I see.
So didn't play the corner, but came here.
Oh, okay. The squeezing move.
Right. Yes.
White has to Atari by
Yes.
preventing
White
white.
will probably Atari here. Oh, this is a very good move because if white Ataris here, then it can become cool.
Right. If white connects, black will block there.
That's right. Yes. And now black has 4 liberties and white has 3. So this will become cool. And then black has several code threads in that area.
I see.
Also, the center area has several potential code threads for black.
And the call is kind of free for black, right?
That's right. Yes.
So
because-
yes, go ahead.
Right, because even if white wins the call, it doesn't add that many points for white.
So I guess white can Atari, it's very risky to Atari.
Right, yes. So that would mean either extending over here or
Hane.
Hane the other side.
I see. Extended.
Yes.
Okay.
But I was actually thinking White could consider starting a code just to see
How AlphaGo responds?
like how White can kind of create some like changes
I
on the
see.
board. But that is assuming that White is behind. Should we try to count?
Yes, sure.
Yes.
Um,
So where should we start? We can start here, the easy
Smaller,
ones.
yeah.
Yes. So here White seems to have 5 points with this exchange. And White will have about 10, 15, 17, 20, 26 here. So that would be 31. And
3 points there. probably
and
three.
over there maybe about 6. It depends on how Black makes all the center moves, because Black can also block there. In that case, it would become 3 points.
Yeah, because as we mentioned, this move would be a Gote move,
Right.
right? For Black,
Right. So it may be better for Black to just block here.
right? So then White will have 3 points here.
Yes, because White will need to leave this way. Yes. So let's say 3 points, and then maybe
exchange.
about 2 points here.
5 points. Total 10
Yes.
points. How many points?
So that would be 31 plus 5, so 36. Let's make sure that we don't lose the game, though.
Yes.
Yes, over here.
Exchange
yes.
move here.
And then White Atari here, which is centered toward this. So which gives this connection center.
Right.
So White has 36, and then there is this area.
Did you count that 5 points?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, I'm kind of lost.
So this is a 26. This
20.
is 5, so 31, and these together 5, so 36.
Okay.
Yes.
Right. A total of 5
yes.
points.
And then this is about 8.
30. What would you say? The 36.
Yes.
Plus 8. 44.
Right.
44.
So 44, and then plus the center area,
Uh-huh.
which we can consider maybe about 8 points.
Okay. 44 plus 8. 52.
Right. Yes.
Okay. 52 for White.
Right. Yes. And then Black exchanges this one and hasn't played yet. Yes. So 54. Did you say 54?
Yes. 52.
52. Yes. And then Black has 5.
So
And then
assuming this
8.
is a White.
That's
What's
right.
center?
Yes. About 9, 10 points over here.
Yes, you can continue counting. I will
Yes.
put down the moves on
And
board.
then and then this one is quite good territory over here.
10, 40, 60,
About 22 here,
22,
and then 10, 15,
32 total. Okay, 32.
20, 22. About 30 plus over here.
Okay, 22,
So
32, 30,
52, 62.
62.
Yes.
Okay.
So about 10 points ahead
Ahead.
for Black.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yes.
Blocked here. And there's some potential for White in the center, right?
Yes. So there is this a cut.
And there's some. Did you count those 3 stones?
No,
or-
actually, I
no?
didn't
Okay,
count.
I see.
So it's actually, but we can like counter.
Yeah, those two.
Yes, these two
potentials.
possibilities.
I
Right, right.
I see. Oh, so
So that would mean about 2, 3 points ahead for Black.
after Komi.
Yes, after Komi.
I see.
So over here, this would be a good timing now to exchange that.
I agree.
Yes.
I was thinking
Yes.
something. No, because there's a Atari move here. It
Right,
won't
right.
work.
Yes.
I see.
And then White will leave. This seems to be the only way to leave, right?
Right.
Then it's Black's turn.
I think it is.
I believe over here would be the best place for black to go.
To go. Okay, I see.
And by like making all these exchanges, black can automatically save
Connect.
this one stone.
Right.
Mm.
Okay. Hanet.
Right. And that also reduces white's potential here,
In the
which
center.
I counted as like 8 points, 6 to 8 points.
Uh-huh.
But now it's like maybe 5, 6.
I see.
Mm.
So white actually reduced to some points in the center. Then-
Yes, white's potential is limited by this black's move.
Oh, okay.
Mm.
I see.
Mm. So actually, I wonder if white had the chance to try this move. Because if black answers this way, that would give a lot of points to white.
Right.
But of course, now white doesn't have the turn to do that.
Mm-hmm.
And since it's black's turn now, I believe black would be playing somewhere in the center.
Mm-hmm. Right. Because Sente anyways.
Right.
And then it seems this move is the biggest move on the board.
That's right. Yes, that's a quite big.
Mm-hmm. I see.
Like for example, coming this diagonal move could be even Sente.
Right.
Right.
The following
Mhm.
knight's move.
Right. Yes.
If white responds here, black probably can.
Right. Now this is captured.
Oh.
Right.
see.
So that's another good place for black.
Mm-hmm.
But black came over here, which is Sente also.
Mm-hmm.
If white doesn't answer, black can.
Atari and net.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Right.
So I'm assuming white should
Yes.
Do it.
Either this one or
Or
that one.
diagonal
They both seem to work.
Mm-hmm. I see.
Yes.
And this place, this move and also blocking their looks.
Yes. This is also quite good place.
Mm-hmm. Because if the monkey jump looks very big.
That's right. Yes. Once white comes here, black's best response would be to do this one, and then white can save all these in Sente.
Mm-hmm.
So compared with blocking over here,
Mm-hmm.
it's reducing 6 points of black's territory, and also adding like 5 points, so 2.5 points, because over here there is a potential 4 points, but if black comes here,
There's
it
no
will be
point.
no point.
So we normally divide by 2,
Right?
like
yes.
counting the potential points. I see.
Yes. So that means this monkey jump is easily 10 points.
Wow, that's very big.
Right.
And then black played here instead of
Yes.
knight's move. I mean diagonal move.
Right. The diagonal move would give more pressure toward the corner, but of course, in terms of the center, this is a better place.
Right.
Because after this one, white can do this and connect in Sente.
And then there's some reduction move over here too.
Right, yes.
I see. There's no stone here. Okay.
Right, so now it's white's turn. This monkey jump over here seems to be the biggest place.
I agree. I see.
And
Could
yes. Right, so it seems like we are caught up here.
right.
So considering AlphaGo is ahead by 2 to 3 points in this later stage, it will be quite difficult for white to turn the game around.
Right. I agree with that.
Yes. So what do you think? What do you think about where white lost the game?
Oh, I see. I was actually thinking about some moves white played in the center
Yes.
over here, and also the later fight here.
Do you think white could have done more on the upper side?
I'm not sure. It was very complicated.
Right.
But I was kind of wondering does this exchange help white to fight in the center, or it doesn't seem it's necessary move to play, right? I see. Oh,
It's a little strange that white chose this one instead of this.
oh, maybe I know the answer now.
Yes, yes,
Is maybe black can play here
yes.
and start a. There's a. But I think the code is still white shouldn't worry about this code so much since white is already behind.
I mean, I don't believe AlphaGo would start this call,
Right.
because that would be like a quite big call and very risky.
Right. Interesting.
And other than this call, I don't believe there is any other good response that black has. Well, maybe let's see if black plays here and that and something like this. But then white can push here.
Now, what about blocking?
That doesn't work.
Oh,
Atari.
yeah.
Yes.
Sorry, my bad.
Yes, but like after that, let's say like exchange this drawing, and then
Yeah, white has to connect,
right, white can save all these.
but it's a gote.
So that would be quite good reduction for white.
I agree.
So I wonder why white didn't choose the monkey jump. That seems to be better.
Right.
So white
Anyway.
pushed it here.
And Hanet
Yes, very big place.
connects.
And it's black's turn, right? After that one, this cutting point is still working for white.
Oh, I changed my move.
Right, yes. And the natural response would be either connecting here or
Hane on the top.
Hane on the top. Hane seems to be a little bit risky because of this connection. And
What about white blocks there?
if white blocks here, black would come out.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
And
then
white has to
connect.
block. Is sente.
Right.
And then there's a squeeze
Yes.
on the top.
Right. Yes. And
Oh.
then cut. Right.
And then it's going to be the snapback we talked about earlier.
That's
again.
right. Yes. So this Hane was an overplay for white.
So which means white has to block there.
That's right. Yes.
Uh,
And over here.
Is this going to work?
Over
I know.
here?
Probably not. Yeah, maybe.
It does seem to work. Yes.
And I can
Yes.
connect.
Right. And then white has to connect. And then connect.
here.
Yes.
And white has 2 liberties on the top. Black has 3 liberties.
Right. Yes.
Oh, but
So,
AlphaGo didn't choose this one.
So black could do this, but instead chose this one, which is about the same. Since we know that white will eventually be playing.
Oh, yes.
Yes, because
right.
of this area. So this is about the same.
Right.
And of course, this is sente, because if white doesn't answer, black can come out and then squeeze over here and then cut.
Right.
So white will need to respond to this move. The natural one would be either this extension or that, just to reduce the liberty. But white can also consider some place like this cut or this cut. But it doesn't seem to
No, it doesn't seem
be
to
a
work.
good idea, right? Yes.
Extended.
So white needed to respond. And now it's black's turn. And black saved this one stone in center
Right.
as a result. Because without these exchanges, when white cuts here, if black tries to save this one stone, white could try this move to cut these two stones and then
Okay.
connect here.
Right.
And
then
then
there are
there is
two-
this cut and then this cut.
Two cutting points. Right.
But after this exchange, if white cuts here, black can connect.
Right.
Mm.
So it's a miai.
Right, yes.
Connection. I
Yes.
see. And black played here for the next move.
Oh, yes, that's centered toward these two stones. White will need to do something like this one, or maybe just take the two stones. Taking the two stones seems to be better.
Because if blacks connect those two stones, all of white group here is cut off and it's dead. Right?
That's right, yes. Yes.
I see.
And when white answers, I wonder if there is some good endgame move here that black can do. Like, yes. Like if black just pushes here around like this, then white has maybe 1 or 2 points. But it may be possible for black to jump in. And then when white pushes, black could consider this diagonal move.
Oh, interesting. So if I try to cut black, there's a connection move here.
Right. There,
Or-
yes, this connection is possible, or
Or-
black could cut here. Yes.
And then,
Do this, right? And then come in, and then connect.
right.
Right. And then there is this cutting point here, and also black can get this one in center, which gave black 2 points over here and that.
I see.
Right.
That's better.
Oh, wait. White didn't take this
Right.
one.
Why didn't take those two stones instead of connected that stone?
I
Because there's
see.
another. If black plates here push, and there's another connection here for white.
Okay, so white can push here, and then black will have to come out, and this stone is here, yes. And so white played here,
There's-
and white can hane this one, which will force black to connect.
Oh, there's an eye here. Oh no, this is
And
not a. It's a gote eye.
Yes, so this seems to be bad actually, because if white connects here, black will connect this one.
By Sente.
And we'll have to connect, and when black takes this one, this white group is, yeah,
It's
gone.
already dead. Okay.
So that means white cannot do this. Instead, white cut here. Oh, which is a better choice.
I see.
Yes.
Right. So there's a cutting point here
Right.
to capture that stone, and there's an Atari move here.
That's right. So
For
if
sure.
black answers this here, white can get these 3 stones.
I see. Okay. Oh, I see. So the whole group of white here is not alive yet. Okay, this
Not
group-
yet. Yes.
Okay.
So this group is alive now. We are seeing final big trade-off. And one more move around here would certainly finish this white's group.
I think so.
And white's connecting here would capture this black. This is super interesting. I'm not sure which one is bigger actually. Let's make all this exchange first.
Okay, sure.
Yes.
And then maybe we should do the estimation of the territory again.
Right,
Because
yes.
there's a huge trade.
Right.
Oh, but no, we don't have a chance.
Okay, so black didn't need this move.
Okay, so which
Right.
means white is already dead? Okay,
Okay.
interesting.
If white can save this group, then white wins.
Right. Definitely, because white already captured those 3 stones and saved the group in the center.
Right. And here, black can do this, I believe.
And then what about? Oh, this move won't work.
What black can try this one, and black would block.
Yeah, because
White cannot cut because
there's
of this.
Mm-hmm.
So saving only this part wouldn't be enough for white.
Right.
And so yes, cutting here doesn't work because black can
Push
and
push.
come out.
Mm-hmm.
And then when black cuts here, these 2 stones become a tari, and then black will connect.
Mm-hmm.
What if white connect here? Then
Yeah,
black would do this, and I guess black would just come through. Or cutting here would also work.
Right. I don't think there's enough space to make 2 eyes. Right?
This one definitely no.
No.
It's not even close.
Not even. Maybe 2 moves won't even make 2 eyes.
Yet playing 2 moves in a row still wouldn't give 2 eyes, right? Yeah.
Right. Unless you're gonna capture those 4
Oh yeah.
stones.
I mean that's cheating.
Okay.
Yes. Right. So over here it seems like white can't.
I
So
see.
it was a bit exciting when I thought black needed to play here because it seemed like this would be big enough for white
Right.
to give this up for.
Uh-huh.
But if these 3 stones were all what I got, then it wouldn't work, of course.
Right. Okay. Could you put here?
Yes.
Connect.
These are just exchanges
yeah.
that
Mm-hmm.
don't really help white leave.
I see.
Right, yes.
Unless there's some accident happen, but I don't think
Right.
so.
There was a little bit of excitement in the end that we haven't seen
Right.
coming. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So in this game, in the opening, I found it very interesting how Koje tried to make the game very complicated overall globally, like by splitting here and then leaving some uncertain areas. But AlphaGo was really good at finalizing shapes locally.
Right. Okay. Atari.
Right. And then finally, when black got all the upper side, it was somewhat already difficult for white
For
to
white.
catch up.
Because surrounding the territory on the top is really big. Very big territory.
Yes, right. So over here, white cannot connect to this one. And of course, this area is much, much bigger than this part.
Right. I guess. Congratulations to AlphaGo. Did I say it too early?
Right. But you know, this whole event, it was not really about who wins, right?
Right. No matter who wins, AlphaGo wins. Yeah,
no matter who wins, the humanity wins. That was
Yes.
the quote, right?
Right.
Yes. Because AlphaGo was actually also made by human.
Right. So.
Right. So the point was to see where we can go with this AlphaGo and the top players, and then we wanted to explore the possibilities of Go.
Right.
So Koje played here.
Oh yeah, captured.
Right. Yes. So actually, Dr. Demis Hassabis, he likes to use this metaphor, Hubble Space Telescope, which is this machine that takes picture of the space.
Oh,
Yes.
interesting.
And then, like with this telescope, the astronomers they can study the universe much better.
I see.
And Koje resigned.
Oh, yes.
So I think AlphaGo is showing us the
Okay.
whole possibility of Go.
Yeah.
就是 the result is
AlphaGo wins the battle
by
mid-game.
resignation.
Okay, welcome.
So
To
the
the stage.
announcement was made that Black won by resignation.
Yes.
Yes.
It was quite exciting at the end here.
That's right.
It was looking like it was getting to be a fairly close game. So maybe we could have seen a very close game at the very end because I think AlphaGo was losing a point or so
Right.
on the way.
Losing a few points here and there.
And so then finally it was very exciting, wasn't it, where this group was captured and everything turned around. But I guess it was just too much. That white group just couldn't live, could it?
Right.
Sure.
Yes.
It seems to have maximized its certainty by killing the large white group,
Right.
leaving it without a chance. I suppose this is an opportunity to announce that the final press conference will be starting half an hour from now. So please stay tuned to watch that. And this is also our opportunity to thank DeepMind for having us this week and allowing us to provide the game commentary. So a large thanks to DeepMind, the production cast and crew here with us today. Thank you all very much for making it possible for us to produce this. We are very grateful for the opportunity to have seen these game records. And of course, a huge thank you to the players. And on behalf of the Go community, I would like to thank the three of you for helping to provide your professional opinions on these games, which have been such a pleasure for us to watch.
Well, I'm sure the Go community is also thanking you to have been this wonderful host.
Thank you very much, Ajin. And I guess we can see Koje reviewing the game there, and Dr. and Fan Hui here to help him review. We'd also like to thank our guests this week, Dr. David Silver, Dr. Tore Greppel, and Fan Hui, who you just saw on the screen. All made an excellent job interviewing them. Now we hope to see some interesting questions at the press
Yes.
conference, so
Very
stay
good, yeah.
tuned. See that in half an hour. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, let welcome the coordinator of the wrap-up, Madam Hua Xueming, leader of Chinese national Go team. Welcome. Dear guests, dear friends from the media, dear players, good afternoon. It seems time flies, and we've witnessed the 5 days of playtime. Wuzhen, as well as the Wucang village, has brought us so many beautiful memories. Today, we reach the end of the games. There were so many emotions, there were so many feelings that made me feel reluctant to leave, but it's not a stage for me. It's a stage for our 8 heroes, our 8 players. Let's welcome our 8 players on the stage for our game wrap-up. Welcome. Okay. Should we come up on the stage together? Guli is not here. All right. We have one player absent. Guli is not here. It's okay. Let's start with Chen Yaoye. He didn't speak on yesterday's press conference, so we start with him after 1 day's relax and after this 5 days game. So Chen Yaoye, maybe a few sentences on the team goal as well as the entire summit. You have 2 minutes. First of all, I feel a great honor to participate in this summit. Yesterday, we participated in the team goal. I felt that I was not very satisfied with the coordination of the team. The preparation the night before was not really implemented good enough. On the 4th move, AlphaGo really surprised us, which resulted in our conflicts on around the move 20, which result in a bad move, and this put us in a really disadvantageous position. We thought we had a chance at mid-game, but it wasn't true. So this time, for these 5 matches, every one of them, I've learned so much from them. And I think I really learned a lot from these 5 days. We know that Dory Yang spoke on yesterday's press conference, but we actually saw photos on the internet. 5 of them, you are clapping your faces, laughing. What were you doing? I didn't know where and how this photo got online. I thought it was at our last move. Back then, I recommended Tang Weixing said that let's just resign, don't overthinking. And who said that? Otherwise, let's try to see how AlphaGo will respond. And I say, no, let it go. And Tang Weixing insisted that he want to try, so we let him try. And after he tried that, we found that AlphaGo reinforced. So we just laughed. So that's how the picture came from, I think. Can I understand that? So for professional players, when you lose, it should be very upset and frustrated, but you feel a lot of fun during last match. So the last pictures you leave is a very classical laughing together picture. I think it will be a beautiful moment to look back on in a few days' time. So how about you? So I think it's a great honor to be here in Wuzhen to participate in the summit. I was very happy to came to this beautiful Asian town. I really compete with the most advanced artificial intelligence of the times. It was wonderful experience, and also I took some time to appreciate the sceneries of the venue. For the match yesterday, I didn't really speak a lot. My partners speak more. I'm a more of a listener. So basically, I didn't raise too much opinions, but I do contribute at the key moments. But I think the problem is really at the opening stage. We lost at the opening stage, and for AlphaGo, for him, he just adapted the easiest approach. Although we lost the game, but we learned a lot from the experience. It was wonderful journey for us. Thank you. I think Tang Weixing has more to contribute, right? Well, I would also deliver my appreciations for being able to participate in the match and the summit. And I think it requires a lot of support to make this come true. And I feel really, really honored to be part of this event. You know, previously, regardless of any legendary players, they're not AlphaGo. So they cannot give us kind of surprises like AlphaGo, and AlphaGo itself is a surprise for us. So I felt that we can play the match with AlphaGo. It was impressive, and it's for me, it's a transformational moment. And also, Wuzhen is a beautiful venue, and it's great to be here. Of course, I feel certain regrets for the matches. Like yesterday, we didn't deliver the most satisfying performance, and we didn't really play our highest standard. So I feel that we lost a little bit faster than our expectation. Regardless, it's still wonderful experience to be able to play the game. We can feel that we have further understandings of the goal. So indeed, we've learned a lot. Thank you very much for giving us the opportunity. Thank you, Tang Weixing. So from the picture, we can see people are discussing that Min Yuting only contributes a little, and he didn't actually give a lot of wisdom to the game. I think this is a rumor, okay? I'm the most active one, because I think the speeches I made doubles the amount of any other member of the team. Maybe they blame me for losing because I speak too much. Yesterday's game, we can really feel the strength of the artificial intelligence really beyond my imagination. Before we start the game, it really didn't occur to me that we will be trapped in such a disadvantaged position shortly after the opening, and we didn't see any opportunities or chances. It was quite regrettable that we weren't able to play to the full advantage of our capacities, but it was very inspirational. We've learned a lot of innovative motifs, so I was still very happy to be able to play.
Indeed. These 5 days may be too short for us. Artificial intelligence has brought us great inspirations, new ideas. Actually, we should be talking about pair go. The things Gu is not here, so let's welcome Ke Jie to give us a short remarks. Being able to participate in the summit is a great honor. I want to extend my greatest gratitude to all the supporters of and to the host, the Zhejiang Provincial Bureau of Sports. Thank you, AlphaGo, and thank you for all my supporters. This summit is one of the greatest matches that I have had. I believe it's actually the most excellent matches in the history. But today, I should perform better. But I did make some bad moves and creating a disadvantages for my own. I believe when you are playing with AlphaGo, if you started with a great advantage, then there's very little opportunity for you to win. But I have to say AlphaGo is a perfect player. There's no fluctuation in his mind. He plays in a completely stable way. That's why I blame myself a lot. I should perform better. I do hope that I can have a better performance, but I didn't make that. So I really don't want to admit that I lose this game or call it a win-win situation. I don't want to admit that. This time I had a great match with AlphaGo. Actually 3 matches with AlphaGo, but I feel really sad. Maybe you have different perspectives on my performance, but I believe that I did a really bad performance, and I feel really pity about that. Later, I may not have the chance to play with AlphaGo, but I do want to continue my exploration of the truth of Go. Through this summit, especially the match 3, I discovered a lot of disadvantages of me. I find my emotion fluctuate a lot.
I found a lot of problems with my techniques. I believe that many people can play a better game, better games compared with me. I don't deserve too many compliments or whatever. I'm very sorry for losing the game. I hope I did a better job. Well, actually today when I was playing the match, I was kind of lose my self because the opponent was just perfect. In the first half of the game, I knew I wasn't very good and I was trapped in a disadvantaged position. And after that, every single move of AlphaGo, any moves I can think about, any moves I fear that AlphaGo will play, is exactly the moves AlphaGo will play. And when he gave me surprise moves, I think it through, and then I realize it is even a better move. I can only guess half of its rationale behind its moves. It's such a big gap, and there's just no way for me to recognize such huge gap. But I still feel appreciated for AlphaGo as an enemy, as an opponent. That made me realize that I was so far away from perfection. And I also hope that in the future I could go further. I can make a little bit more progress, strive to shorten the gap between us. But this just is me, my own expectations. I suppose the gap will just getting wider and wider because AlphaGo is just perfect. So I feel regrettable about my own performance, but I applaud for AlphaGo and its team. They are just incredible, and incredible of them to create such a calm, invincible, and perfect player. Such a perfect player they create. It was incredible. Thank you for doing that. Thank you very much for Ke Jie. 3 round of applause said anything beyond the words. You are a warrior and you deserve our cheers. I think this is really a win-win situation. The world knows more about Go, and the world knows more about artificial intelligence. Today is the last day for the 5-day session, and it's really a very precious opportunity. Let's leave one question for media. So introduce yourself. Thank you very much. I am from Zhejiang Satellite TV. I have only one question for Ke Jie. After 3 matches with AlphaGo, I saw that you're kind of on the edge of crying. I wonder, will this experience change your future style? Will it change even your characteristics of yourself? Thank you. I don't know. I don't know what changes will happen in the future, but myself has been made changes along the way. I think different from DeepMind, my changes is smaller and minor. It's changes that take place on my own, while DeepMind strives to change the world. But I want to say that I want to really be myself, to take the responsibilities and to really deliver a better performance in playing Go and really promote the fun of playing Go. Because I think playing Go should be really, really fun. Like my friends, my dear friends, these players, you can from their postures and gestures, you can really feel that it's a happy thing, it's a fun thing. Maybe the feelings I bring you does not prove that. Sometimes I'm maybe too obsessed with win or loss. Sometimes I cannot really handle the balance. Actually, last evening I didn't sleep very well because I was really thinking this is the last match. I was quite nervous. I've been thinking what kind of techniques I should apply to fight against AlphaGo. But these are unnecessary concerns. So really, again, playing Go should be fun. And I will try to make it feel more fun, enjoy more, and really bring these feelings to my friends, to my fans. And when you are playing the fun Go, I think if we put win and loss aside, it's still quite meaningless. There is no fun without winning. For me, fun comes from winning. And I think when I play with AlphaGo, because it's perfect, it's very, very difficult to feel the fun from the winning, right? When you look at the match, I was in great pain. And I felt kind of fortunate that I said this is maybe the last 3 matches I play with artificial intelligence. That was a wise decision. Otherwise, it will be too painful to continue such practice. I don't want myself to be in so much pain. But you know, AlphaGo is so calm. It doesn't give you any chance. It doesn't make you see any chances. And in the end, I thought the last match was quite interesting. I thought that it will carry me to the end game, maybe 1.5 or 1 stones winning, but in the end, he basically captures my stones. I didn't really foresee that. So there were so many surprises that AlphaGo brought about. I think in my whole life, I won't be able to win AlphaGo, but I can win myself. This is something I can do. I think before any games, answering the journalist questions, that confident, that proud Ke Jie will still be back. I can still be that Ke Jie. And I still want to bring you that image. That Go is not that difficult, it's not that mysterious, it's not that far away. It's actually a very practical game. It's quite simple. Thank you.
Well, actually, I believe it can be interpreted as a, just not a question, but we also want to know more about Ke Jie himself and the Chinese team of Go. We know that we will always see a happy Ke Jie later because the game of Go has brought a lot of fun to them. Now, let's welcome the main player of this match, the summit actually, Mr. Damis. Or shall we welcome Mr. Lian Xiao first? Because his opponent, Gu Li, is not here, so perhaps we should have Lian Xiao.
Good afternoon. It was a very fruitful journey. I was very honored to be part of the Perigo, although I won, but this is more like entertainment. First of all, I really felt the strength of AlphaGo. It's so powerful, even from a viewer's end. Honestly, you feel so exhausted. You know, I was very, very upset and concerned for Ke Jie when I was viewing the match because you don't know how to reverse the situation and you don't know how to combat with such strength. So I have so much respect for Mr. Damis Hassabis to bring about such a strong invention with his team. And I want to say to Ke Jie that in the second match, no one can do a better job than you. And for my Perigo, well, as I say, it's like entertainment. And there's a lot of fluctuations along the game. It was really fun to have the Perigo game. And I hope that in the future, we can learn more from this strong opponent and really continue to perfect myself and always to be able to be a better self. Thank you. Very inspirational speech. Indeed. Now let's proceed to the third item on the agenda. Let's welcome Mr. Damis Hassabis to present the gifts to the players on behalf of the organizers. Let's invite the 5 players from the team Go on the stage. Let's proceed to the second ceremony. Let's welcome Mr. Hassabis and Ke Jie again on the stage. Let's invite Ke Jie to sign his autograph on the board from the last match. Let's present the board. Our audience on site will be witness this historical moment. Okay. So here comes the most excited moment, and we will have to invite Mr. Hassabis on the stage to deliver a few words, his view on the games and his comments on our eight.
Thank you. Well, hello everyone, and thank you for joining us for what I think has been a truly fascinating 5 days of Go. We held this event aiming to discover new insights into this ancient and beautiful game, and I think I can safely say that what has taken place since Tuesday has exceeded our highest hopes. We've seen many new and exciting moves, and we also saw AlphaGo truly pushed to its limits by the great genius Ke Jie, particularly in amazing Game 2. It was thrilling to be in the match room and the control room watching that game unfold, and it has been truly a great honor to play with such a great master. This event has also broken new ground by experimenting with team and pair Go, featuring artificial intelligence alongside some of the world's strongest players. Both of these events were historical firsts, and both led to brilliant collaborations. AlphaGo and our team learned a great deal, and we hope that the players who participated did as well. I think these events demonstrate the great potential of AI's power as a tool to help humanity discover new knowledge in complex domains and uncover the truth. We're very thankful to everyone who made this event happen, the Chinese Go Association, the Sports Administration, and the Zhejiang government. We're of course very grateful to all the players who made this event possible. These players brought their world-class talent to this event, as well as an amazing openness and curiosity. We deeply appreciate their collaboration with us on this journey. I would also like to thank the commentators, who helped all of us understand the brilliance of the games. This week's series of thrilling games with the world's best players, held in the country where Go originated, has been the highest possible pinnacle for AlphaGo as a competitive program. For that reason, the Future of Go Summit is our final match event with AlphaGo. But please don't worry, this isn't the end of our work with Go players and fans. In fact, we have a series of gifts that we would like to offer you all to express our deep appreciation and gratitude. We hope that this will help players around the world benefit from AlphaGo's ideas and insights. And to explain what we're going to do, I would like to invite Fan Hui to the stage to tell you more about it.
Good afternoon. In order to share AlphaGo's wonderful world, we hope that AlphaGo becomes a tool for us to study Go. Through AlphaGo, we can share, analyze the games. So we will start collaboration with Ke Jie. After these matches, We'll have a game analysis in collaboration with Kejie. Sorry. And we will use some internal data from AlphaGo, which means that AlphaGo and Kejie will study the 3 matches together and will show the changes of AlphaGo during these 3 matches. And we will produce these analysis in the format of video and share this video with the world. In order to appreciate the attention from the Go fans all over the world, and also to congratulate on the success conclusion of this event, we've prepared a little gift for all the Go fans worldwide. We know that AlphaGo has experienced hundreds of thousands of self-games. And these self-games could be the most important treasure of AlphaGo. And in very short time, we will release 50 matches of self-games of AlphaGo. These self-games will show in the format of slow match. During the summit, I was very honored to showcase 3 of these self-games to our world champions. And here's their comments, including the Shi Yue's comment. I've never seen such excited games. It feels like 2 sides come from the very far future. Gu Li said that AlphaGo self-gaming is just incredible. We can learn so much from it. We hope that all the Go players and fans can really experience the fun from these. Well, actually, you've already can download our latest 10 new self-games from AlphaGo. In the future, every day we will update 10 new games on the website. Thank you.
Thank you, Fan Hui. So finally, on top of those things, we will also publish one more big academic paper later this year, which will describe all the improvements that made the current version of AlphaGo much stronger than the version that played Lee Sedol last year. This will allow any other developer to build their own versions of AlphaGo. We have already seen many other companies building their own programs based on our first AlphaGo paper that we published last year in Nature. And we hope that this new paper will give rise to many more projects and stronger programs. The research team that created AlphaGo will now throw their energy into the next set of grand challenges. We hope to build on the science behind AlphaGo and to develop the next set of advanced general algorithms that events like this have helped to create. We believe these general-purpose algorithms could one day help scientists as they tackle some of the world's most complex problems, such as finding new cures for diseases, dramatically reducing energy consumption, or inventing revolutionary new materials. If AI systems can manage to unearth significant new knowledge and strategies in these domains as well, the breakthroughs could be truly remarkable. We can't wait to see what comes next from this journey. I recently read a book by the chess world champion Garry Kasparov, who played against IBM's supercomputer Deep Blue 20 years ago. I was deeply honored to read a passage in the book in which he wrote that he felt Deep Blue was an end, but AlphaGo is a beginning. I also feel that this is just the beginning, and we are very excited for what lies ahead. Thank you once more to the great genius Kejie, and to everyone who has encouraged and motivated us to explore the truth of the ancient game of Go. I hope you will enjoy the AlphaGo games we are publishing on our website starting from today, and the tools that we plan to release later this year. We look forward to many exciting adventures in the years ahead for the game of Go and beyond. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for Mr. Hazabis to give us such great messages. We just cannot wait to see these games and matches. And I also have to thank you, all the audience here. Thank you for your company during these 5-day sessions. So that concludes the wrap-up. But our closing ceremony will start very soon, so bear with us. See you in a few minutes. That concludes our wrap-up session.